Good evening. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to call this meeting back into our regular session, and we will now have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Buenas tardes, tenemos interpretación al español por si alguien gusta escuchar la presentación en español. Good evening. In order to provide language access, we have Spanish interpretation available. Thank you.
Thank you. There's also headsets for the hearing impaired are available. Please indicate if you should need a headset. There was no action taken in closed sessions, therefore there is no report. We will now move to the superintendent's report. Mr. Matsuoka.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming to our school board meeting. So Mr. Rouse is going to pull up an image of somebody that we want to recognize tonight. So tonight we honor the work and memory of Elina Menchaca, a lifetime community member and activist who was born and raised in Santa Barbara and lived here from 1938 until recently, 2019. Elina marched and worked along Cesar Chavez. She lobbied in Washington, D.C. alongside Dolores Huerta and helped organize and train thousands of Latino families throughout the western United States over a 50-year span. She was a leading voice on migrants' children education and served as a representative on many state and federal committees. Elina also attended Santa Barbara Unified School District schools and graduated from Santa Barbara High School. So yes, she is a Don. Yeah, I figured that'd get some cheers. She leaves behind a legacy of a large and wonderful family here in Santa Barbara, some of whom are here tonight to receive this recognition. I'd like to turn the microphone over to Jackie Inda, and I invite her to come up to the podium to share some thoughts.
Good evening, members of the board, community. In just a few thoughts, I want to share with you the magic of Elina Menchaca. Elina Menchaca was not the person who took no for an answer. When it came to our children, when it came to our community, she found a way. And she made it clear that she was doing it for everybody in this community, regardless of color, gender, size, or whatever belief they had. When she thought there was something that needed to be said and needed to be done the right way, she would get up and do it. And if that meant taking all of her kids out in the middle of a protest, that's what it was. If it also meant standing up for a school, developing a curriculum, going out to fight for justice throughout the whole country, she would do that. And she would find people who say, I believe in the same thing you do, and we're going to do this no matter if we have one penny or if we have 100. That was the woman that we all desperately miss. And it is the void that will continue to be filled by all of the children that follow in her footsteps. I'm one of the people that she mentored. She mentored hundreds and hundreds of kids. I'm only blessed because of the family that she leaves behind, the folks that are here to represent her, and the memories that will always carry me every single time I think of a project and I think of a vision that almost feels impossible, but can be done, because if she was still alive, she'd get it done. So today we honor that, and I honor you guys for honoring her, because her memory is strong and palpable in all of our community. But for you guys who are here advocating for something, know that there were people before you that advocated for the same things, and nothing was impossible for that woman. Nothing is impossible for you either. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to Rose. So next, Rose Munoz, board member, will offer some comments.
Yes, we're here, to give tribute to Mrs. Menchaca. She was very devoted to her family. I met her in the early 80s when her daughter, Cookie, was at Santa Barbara High School when I worked for the migrant program. She inspired many of us by her examples, asking questions and providing input to community discussions. She would always question, how can we do this better? She shared her perspective and her wisdom with us always. Just last week, I toured the St. George Community Church and was told about her vision for it by Jackie. This center is preparing to distribute food to families across the street from Franklin School and on the east side. And she had already told Jackie about what she wanted for this center and other, besides distributing food, other things that could happen there. When I was there touring, the Puerto Rico group was practicing, and there's many other, things that need to be carried out as she instructed. The best way that we can carry on her legacy is to support education and include the community in that conversation.
Any other board comments?
I certainly don't know her personally, but certainly can feel that spirit in all of us in terms of that. So I appreciate the opportunity that we're here to honor her. And certainly in this time and environment, it's so important to see how important it is for us to come together, realizing that there's so much more in common that we have, and how do we work together to reach that, and making sure that we go through the education system to be able to educate us, inform us, and keep us aware of what's going on. So I appreciate you bringing it. Thank you for being here as well.
I just wanted to acknowledge Board Member Munoz for bringing this forward, because she really passionately wanted to ensure that we could bring this forward. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for bringing this important message to us.
So I'd like to invite the family up for a picture, and we have a certificate for you. So I want to continue my superintendent comments with two parts. First, I want to set the record straight about public comments made at our last school board meeting on September 24th. And then the second part, I want to share my thoughts about preparing our students for a global world and why our multilingual pathway planning is so important. At our last school board meeting, there was continued complaints about the windows at Santa Barbara High School. We want to reiterate the safety of our students is our primary concern, which is why we have emergency plans in place at every school. And we are going to be testing our new Crisis Go environment on the Great Shakeout Day coming up next week on Thursday. With regard to this complaint, these windows are not designed as escape routes. They are designed to provide ventilation to classrooms. There are no fire escape ladders. There's nothing on the perimeter of the building that would communicate that this is an escape route. The proper way to leave a room in a building is through the doors, hallways, many openings at Santa Barbara High School. And so we just wanted to reinforce that our windows are operable. They are not an escape route from a classroom. Second, a community member has been showing a book and reading material that she asserts is being used in our classrooms around sexual health and education. That assertion is false. We are not using that curriculum that this person has been holding up at our past board meetings. All instructional materials are approved and vetted through a process. And again, we want the community to know that what's being portrayed during public comments is false. Third, over the last few months, we've heard concerns expressed about talking in class, and that's part of our contract with Just Communities. We want to assure the public and our parents that starting last spring, a certificated staff member is present throughout the entire talking in class experience for our students. Their role is to monitor and ensure that the experience of our students is safe and appropriate. With regard to the request to review the curriculum used by Just Communities, I've asked Executive Director Jared Schwartz to address that request, and he will offer public comment with his plans about how to make that curriculum reviewable in the near future. So let me move on to this topic of comprehensive plan for multilingual pathways. So later on tonight, you're going to hear an update to the board and the community about this planning process that is in way. As an introduction to this topic, I offer these reasons, 3 of them, for why preparing students for a multilingual, multicultural world makes sense. First, our students will be better prepared for their future if they are literate in 2 or more languages. The global economy has become an interconnected world of supply chains, multinational corporations, and project management across time zones and languages. Some research, some data. The top 4 languages by number of native speakers in the world: Chinese, 1.3 billion, Spanish, 460 million, English, 379 million, and 4th is Hindi at 341 million, and there are many other dominant languages. Those are the top 4 in the world. Your life and career will be enhanced if you are multilingual, if you could speak 2 or more languages. All right, second, the research is conclusive, and I'm taking a personal interest in this one, that learning 2 or more languages enhances brain development and slows down the onset of dementia and Alzheimer's, which is my personal interest. You know, the research has been out there for decades now that young people, middle-aged, all of us, our brains are going to do better if we are bilingual or even trilingual. It just enhances your cognitive abilities. Third, language and culture are intertwined, and multilingual students develop greater cultural proficiency. The world is not a monolithic language and culture, and our students need to be ready to engage with people from many different life experiences. So our California Department of Education, that governs education in the state, has established a Global California 2030 initiative that has these goals. First, that 50% of K-12 students participate in programs that lead to proficiency in 2 or more languages. That's 50% of our graduates by 2030. Second, to triple the number of high school graduates that earn the seal of biliteracy, where a graduate is proficient in English and another language, and we have many of our graduates every June that have that seal of biliteracy. And third, to increase the number of dual language immersion programs in our state. And we are working on that. Next year we will have 7th grade dual language immersion at Santa Barbara Junior High. And you will hear about, probably not tonight, but down the road, our efforts to establish an elementary DLI program inside of our district. So behind me, we finally got the new mission statement up. It's very legible from the back of the room. And it's I think you can remember it. We prepare students for a world that is yet to be created. And part of that world is a multicultural, multilingual, global environment. So we're starting to adopt a global Santa Barbara initiative that makes multilingualism and cultural proficiency a priority for our district. If any place should be doing this, it should be Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is the ideal setting to create a multilingual educational model, and I hope our community is ready to get behind a plan to move in that direction. So here's a question that I have for us as a district and as a community. What type of graduate profile do we want for our high school seniors? A monolingual English speaker or a multilingual, culturally proficient citizen? I advocate for the latter, and I look forward to tonight's report to the board and to the community about our comprehensive plan for multilingual pathways. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to board comments and correspondence. Do I hear any comments from the board? Ms. Ford?
Thank you so much. First of all, I was able to attend the Executive Committee of the County Boards Association, and the entire presentation that day was about vaping. And I have a few comments, but I'll share them when we have our conversation about the resolution, but also just reminding ourselves that the power of the public and the power of elected officials on this issue seems to be coming to the forefront, and we've all been hearing it on the news. So I'm very excited that we're serious about this issue. The second thing I want to say is that the alumni reunion of the Santa Barbara High School classes from, I think had classes from 1938 up to 2019. It was a tremendous success. But mostly, I just want to say congratulations to the principal, Lee Simmons, her crew, and all of the people from the district that made it happen. The school looked beautiful, and there were probably 2,000 people there, and plans to do it again in 3 years, and double the amount of people who come. And finally, if you have been down to the harbor, perhaps you've had a chance to see the tall ship that is there, the Spirit of Dana Point. And there are many, obviously many opportunities for adults to enjoy that ship while it's here in October, but also in my role as a member of the Education Committee of the Maritime Museum, I'm very involved with the fourth graders that spend a night on that boat from all over Santa Barbara County and become sailors from the mid-19th century, replicating what it was like on a ship during the Richard Henry Dana's book, 2 years before the mast. And so I just want this experience for every fourth grader in Santa Barbara Unified, and I hope we can work toward that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any comments, additional comments? Dr. Reed? It's good to be back. I had a good break, just in terms of vacation, and looking forward to the conversation tonight. I appreciate all the Mr. Matsuoka, the comments in correcting information, giving out information, and giving us the direction and pathway how we're going to move forward. So I appreciate that, and appreciate the comments that are coming from the board and our activities out in the community, because that's where we're getting our knowledge and where we're getting our information and increasing our awareness. So now we will move. Oh, okay, Ms. Munoz. Mm-hmm.
Waiting. I also was able to tour the DP, the STEAM teaching program there, and met with Emily, the program coordinator, who gave me a tour of their center. And I had the opportunity to be taught by Naya, one of the seniors at Dos Pueblos, on the Bridgeport Mill, and many of the students were teaching Brandon Elementary students that were touring the center. And I just feel like, why wait until they're in college or older to be teaching the younger students? It was just amazing. Their knowledge and enthusiasm about it. The Brandon students were running around, excited about the exhibits and all that they were learning that day, and very supportive of them, and I appreciated that day.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll move to public comments. Dr. Reed.
Yes, good evening. We have quite a few public comments. So the process is for me to call up 3 people at a time, and we will give you 30 seconds to remind you that you only have 30 seconds left. Thank you also for your respectful comments, and I look forward to hearing them. We're going to start off with Jared Schwartz, then Alex Moosbrugger, and then Tanya Israel.
Good evening. My name is Jared Schwartz. I'm the Executive Director of Just Communities. I'm here to address the continued misrepresentation of our work by some members of our community. Among the many ways in which Fair Education Santa Barbara continues to spread misinformation about Just Communities is their assertion that our work is somehow a secret. As I've said in the past, there are very real reasons why we simply do not put our materials online. First, to do so would be irresponsible. If we post all of our work online, anyone could pick an activity that looks interesting to them and then try it out in their classroom or organization without the training necessary to facilitate the experience effectively and ethically. Similarly, some activities we conduct are only effective because they are conducted in the context of a larger program, where the sequence and scaffolding of various concepts and activities are vital to people's understanding. Second, the work is proprietary. Part of how we fund our work is through organizations paying us to conduct training or consult with them. If all of our intellectual property is public, there's nothing that prevents others from stealing our work. Frankly, I know of no other business in any field that puts all of their proprietary information online for anyone to see, use, misuse, or steal. Finally, it's important to remember that all of this started when Fair Education Santa Barbara's attorney, Eric Early, distributed altered versions of our materials to the school board, the press, and the public, blatantly misrepresenting them as our work. We continue to find these altered materials shared at local meetings and online, and we continue to encounter people who mistakenly believe they are our materials. However, even with all of these concerns, we've made numerous efforts to make the content of our programs available to anyone who wishes to better understand it. During the 2018-19 school year, we offered 8 public workshops held in the evenings from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., where anyone could come and experience our work firsthand. These sessions were free, and we provided free childcare, dinner, and bidirectional simultaneous interpretation, all designed to eliminate any barriers to participation. This school year, we're offering 4 additional public workshops in the same format. The first was held last week, the next November 13th, followed by February 12th and March 11th. Again, these will all be free and open to the public, with free dinner, childcare, and interpretation provided. Finally, we're working on some additional venues and formats through which we can share our work in ways that are responsible, ethical, and do not open us up to people using our work without authorization or altering it for their own agendas. I'll be back here at the October 22nd school board meeting to share some of these additional options. However, what I can
30
announce
seconds.
tonight is this. In addition to the 4 public workshops we're already planning to hold, I'm offering Fair Education Santa Barbara 2 3-hour workshops for their constituency. One this winter, one in the spring. The first would provide an in-depth look at the core theory, research, and frameworks that serve as a basis for all of our work. The second would be a deeper dive into our implicit bias work. We'll work with Fair Education Santa Barbara to find dates that work for both our organizations. They can then select the venue and invite anyone they like. We'd even welcome the press to attend. That way, people can make up their own minds about our work based on actually experiencing it, rather than on misrepresentations and misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. On a different note, my name is Alex Moosbrugger. I am a senior at San Marcos High School. I'm here to introduce to you a program that I have been working on for a year and a half to better teach the environment and sustainability in in Santa Barbara School District high schools. About a year and a half ago, I started writing the program. Since then, I have talked with teachers, I have gathered their input, and April of last year, I presented it to your district subcommittee on the environment. Since then, over the summer, I contacted and met with 2 local nonprofits, Sustainable Future and the Fund for Santa Barbara, to gather their community input and see how I could better shape my proposal to serve students of the school district. Recently, I have been presenting to classes at San Marcos, and I have written a change.org petition to show the support that I have gathered. I also, last Thursday, presented to the San Marcos Associated Student Body Government meeting, and I am the Interim Commissioner of Environmental Concern at San Marcos, a new position within ASB. And last night, I presented at the district-wide Associated Student Body meeting at Dos Pueblos High School. As I said, I made a change.org petition. The last time I checked this afternoon, I had gathered 198 signatures in support of starting my new proposal for the school district. If you would like more information on that proposal, you can go to change.org and search "We Are Not Prepared." That is the title of my petition. Again, "We Are Not Prepared." At the bottom of that page, I have linked a full outline of my proposal as a Google Doc, and so I'm just here to inform you guys of it. I am attempting to schedule a meeting with a person at the school district to communicate my ideas and share my ideas with them. Sean Carey, actually right here. And I am wondering if at the next meeting it would be possible for me to contact somebody to try to get about 8 minutes on the agenda to give a full presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Israel. I'm a professor and chair of UCSB's Department of Counseling, Clinical, and School Psychology. I hold a master's degree in education and a doctoral degree in counseling psychology, and I'm a fellow of the Society for the Teaching of Psychology. I think my training and expertise in diversity education make me well suited to speak to Just Community's approach to teaching about equity and diversity, and I want to voice my strong and unwavering support for their work. Having collaborated with Just Communities to develop and deliver training on LGBTQ issues for the Santa Barbara Police Department, and having conducted research on this training, I can vouch for the effectiveness and skillful execution of their training methods. Furthermore, I have contracted with Just Communities as an organization, as well as with facilitators who are trained by them, and quite honestly, Just Communities has the very best facilitators for diversity training that I have ever encountered. Finally, having been a participant in Just Communities programs, I can personally attest to the impact of their work on people who experience oppression, as well as those who experience privilege based on their various identities. Like many of us, I find myself in both categories. I realize the school board, fair education, Just Communities, parents, students, and our community as a whole want to make sure students are receiving quality and appropriate education. Based on over 16 years of experience with Just Communities, my assessment is that the content of their programs is accurate and appropriate, and the facilitators who deliver their programs are skilled and sensitive to a range of experiences. We are fortunate to have such a valuable resource in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next three speakers are Emily Vesper, Veronica Gallardo, and James Fenkner.
Hi, my name's Emily. I'm a senior at San Marcos, and I've been involved with Just Communities for about 3 years now. And I just want to tell you how they've impacted me and express my support for them. So, I'm white, I'm middle class, my parents are college educated, and that's made my experience in school easier. And having dialogues with Just Communities has made me a lot more conscious of that advantage. Because of that, I'm motivated to improve my school. Making our schools more equitable benefits every single student. I learn so much more when my classmates are different from me, when they bring different experiences and perspectives and enrich the discussion. And Just Communities is not anti-white. They absolutely do not try and make any student feel bad over their whiteness or maleness or wealth or any sort of privilege. I think there's a vast difference in being aware of your identity and your privilege and how that's affected the way teachers and administrators treat you, how it's affected the opportunities you receive, and having guilt and shame over that whiteness. That awareness allows you to challenge the inequality in our school system, whereas guilt is paralyzing and unproductive. There is a deep respect expressed in Just Communities' curriculum for all of its students. I feel a lot of complicated emotions when I reflect on my identity and on my privilege and the ways that I'm targeted. At Just Communities, that experience is affirmed and truly listened to, and it then is channeled into a powerful desire to enact change. Working with Just Communities has made me more compassionate and empathetic because they create this respectful environment where there isn't any overarching agenda. There isn't any specific opinions that students are pushed to have. We talk about tough topics openly and listen in order to understand, not to debate. It is often uncomfortable, but it always feels safe. And that is such a valuable experience to be able to challenge and question your own views, to engage really deeply with people who think totally different from you, to be able to change your mind and disagree respectfully. Just Communities also believes that youth can do so much. I'm actually on their board of directors, and my friends and I have been facilitators for programs like Talking in Class and CLI. I'm 16, and so I think it's really cool that they entrust youth with that kind of responsibility. They know that we are experts on our own experiences, and that experience has value. They don't speak for youth, but they amplify our voices. Every student needs an ally like that, who believes that what we have to say is important and empowers us to share that perspective with the world. For me and for so many other people, Just Communities is that ally, and because of that, I think their programs are so necessary in our schools.
30
Thank
seconds.
you.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon or evening. I was at Moxie all day, so I feel like I'm here all day. I'm here to address the board regarding the district's current stance on dual enrollment. I have had various conversations with different leadership administrators, both at the site level and at the district level regarding dual enrollment. However, these conversations have led to a lot of back and forth. While I may have the skills and knowledge to navigate this convoluted process, I wonder what challenges this disorganized style of communication poses to our first-generation college students and their families who rely on community colleges for access to a college degree. Last week, Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 30, which extends the college and career pathways, first established by Assemblymember Holden, who stated that dual enrollment helps increase the number of college graduates, reduce time and money spent for college, and helps close the achievement gap. Since the district has repeatedly communicated its commitment to equity, I became concerned when I received 2 parent square messages and a letter dated April 14, 2019, communicating to families that the district's graduation committee reviewed our district's policies and practices around articulation with Santa Barbara City College. The new articulation agreement becomes problematic because it's contrary to how the University of California awards credit for A through G courses. These are courses required to meet UC admission. For example, the UCOP website available to families and the general public states that a student can take history at Santa Barbara City College, and that will satisfy 1 year of admissions requirement for UC history as stated in the A through G requirements. This is great because a student was able to fulfill a high school graduation requirement at the same time they fulfilled a college admission requirement during the summer months, allowing them to free up a period during the school day to take other elective courses such as band or explore computer science courses or volunteer in the community as my daughter has. Unfortunately for students and families last spring, Santa Barbara Unified created their own criteria and decided that students would no longer be awarded high school graduation credit for taking history at Santa Barbara City College. This makes no sense. Districts and organizations across the state are tirelessly working to implement policies and practices that provide access. WestEd conducted a California parent poll where they found that the majority of California's Black, Latino, Latinx, and Asian Pacific Islander parents agree that students should have access to the language, knowledge, and skills they need to thrive in college and career. Education policymakers also agree that schools should ensure students are prepared to enter college and post-secondary education programs ready to take credit-bearing courses that will lead to degree certificates and or meaningful employment. The most common way students meet college and career preparedness is by completing UC CSU A through G courses. The UC Counselor and Advisor Bulletin published today captures the voice of the counselors who initially brought this to my attention. College and career initiatives have undergone some changes in the last 5 years. I'm sure many of you have experienced the same in your schools, the author writes. An emphasis on A through G completion, more interest in dual enrollment programs, and an expanded menu of educational options for graduation have helped foster an environment for greater college awareness. Dual enrollment in Santa Barbara is a pipeline to higher education for underrepresented students. At the same time, it provides educational options and enrichment for all students. Ultimately, this decision is an institutional barrier for all students. And I'll highlight the Santa Barbara City College Community Report, which was published last spring, which shows your student, Sydney, our student, San Marcos, who transferred to UCLA as a junior, pre-med track, as well as our students in the PEAK program who are benefiting from access to college and career. Please help address this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I begin, I just wanted to comment and thank the young lady who had a good experience with Just Communities. It's encouraging. We want people to have good experiences. The problem is, what about those that have very bad experiences with them? At first, do no harm. I'm here to talk about another Change.org petition entitled, "We Oppose Any Extension of Superintendent Gary Matsuoka's Employment Contract." Before I discuss it, though, I just want to make very clear this is not a personal attack upon you. It is not intended to be, and if so, if it feels that way, I apologize. This is objective. We're looking at objective key performance indicators. There's 5 that I have highlighted here. The first is poor academic performance. Last week we heard, or 2 weeks ago we heard that only 46% of the students are below California state standards. The second, unacceptable school facilities. The third, reckless financial oversight and budgeting. We're in a deficit, and we're giving money to outside nonprofits. Fourth, inadequate community outreach, communication, and responsiveness. And the fifth, I call it irresponsible management style. Now, again, I hope that doesn't get close to the bone because it's not supposed to be a personal attack. What I found in this petition, a lot of people didn't want to sign it because they were concerned about fear and retribution within this district. This is educational. We cannot have fear in our educational system. Thus far, there's been over 740 supporters of this petition. And I'd like to make it clear, because I am associated with Fair Education, that I took our membership list and I cross-referenced it to this petition. There were less than 140 from Fair Education. So if we can do the math there were 600, even if you exclude Fair Education, which please don't. But if you were, there's 600 people that signed that petition. So I'd ask you, in the words of Eleanor Roosevelt.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Small minds discuss people, and great minds discuss ideas. The idea here is whether we're going to have an excellent school system, or we're going to continue with this current system we have. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Teresa Patino, Michael Mowers, and Sheridan Rosenberg.
Good evening. I'm the parent of a child that attended Santa Barbara Junior High last year. I want to thank the district for all the support my son has had while attending the school. Mr. Lidio Garcia has been an outstanding principal and has run a very efficient group of teachers at his school. My son has been very successful academically and has had a great personal growth thanks to Mr. Garcia's team. Here are two quotes from two teachers about my son from last year. One of them is, "People like your child come along rarely in our lives. I am blessed to have been his teacher and can't wait to see what he accomplishes in the future." Another quote from another teacher, "Your child is inspirational and having him as a student has been a unique experience. He is exceptional." Well, dear teachers, the same goes to you guys. You have been exceptional. On February 20th, 2019, I signed a contract from Just Communities for my son to participate in their 3-day program, Talking in Class. This is part of what I signed. I understand that the Talking in Class program is intensive and deals with mature subject matter. I understand that program topics will include self-esteem, stereotypes, prejudice, interpersonal communication, racial identity, racism, cultural and community issues, and institutional and personal power. I understand that youth that participate in the 3-day learning activities and discussion may find it to be an emotional experience. As they learn, students may experience confusion, anger, joy, sadness, frustration, and hope. My son, daughter, has no mental or emotional problems that cause her to be incapable of handling the subject matter and emotional nature of this program. This is what my child wrote to be able to participate in this class. "Mr. Marcus told me about this very special and important event. I would like to participate in Talking in Class because I believe that it is important to express thoughts and ideas to somebody so that eventually some problems and issues with the students may be resolved or at least improved upon. I feel that it would be a big mistake not to participate in these activities if something should change. I would like to find a way to decrease the amount of social biases that students have towards communities of other kids that have ethnic backgrounds. I also like to discourage the jokes that students make towards the gay community. I have been around kids in class that seem to make these continuous insulting jokes, and I really just get put down. I don't want the same feeling of sadness and depression to be cast on somebody else.
30 seconds.
I, like my son, would like to find a way to decrease all the biases, and I want to thank the gay community for being in this world, as they make life more fun and interesting. But something during this Talking in Class course done by Just Communities made my son very upset, and I would just like to know what was exactly taught during those 3 days so I can sit with my child and discuss it with him one-on-one. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to figure out what caused my son's anger, and I think I have a right to know. This project is named Talking in Class. Please, let's talk.
Thank you. So Sheridan Rosenberg. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I stop you? Go. Please come down. Come on down. My mistake. Michael Mowers. No, you have 3 minutes.
I'm Michael Mowers. I'm a teacher at La Cuesta High School, which is housed here, and I've been a school district employee. I think this is my 7th year, but I've been an educator for 20 years. And I completed the IEE program 5 years ago, and as time passes, I find that the impact it has on me continues to grow. That's why I'm speaking today. As a white male, I feel that it's my duty to speak out and support just communities. Like I said, I work at La Cuesta, where the majority of my students are of color, and they've had negative experiences at the traditional high schools. And in my 20 years of teaching, I've witnessed firsthand the achievement gap. What IEE has done for me is it's helped me to better understand what barriers are in the way of closing that gap. I feel like I use what I learned in IEE every day in my classroom and in my personal life. It helps me to better understand how different a single experience can be depending on your color, your gender, your socioeconomic status. This understanding helps me to be able to better build better relationships with people and consider multiple perspectives when discussing issues. It has also made me more aware of how I plan and implement my lessons in school. While I will admit that IEE was at times very difficult and uncomfortable, I do not feel that any part of the curriculum was geared towards being anti-Mike Mowers. I don't feel it was anti-white, anti-male, anti-Christian, or anti-American. And actually, I believe that the program is very representative of the of the values that I should have as a white male educator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sheridan Rosenberg, and I'm sure some of you recall, who are still on the board, that I actually, prior to any lawsuit, did ask to see the curriculum and was denied twice, at least twice, maybe even 3 times. So I just wanted to put that on the record. But actually, I want to address this research project that's proposed for GATE. I guess that's issue H1. Is it an appropriate time right now to talk about this?
Actually not.
That's what I thought. Okay. I
But
didn't.
you can come back for the gate. That would be on the agenda H2.
Is there any way that we could move it up in time so it's not quite at the end of the evening?
Well,
It's
that's
just a
up to the
request.
president.
Sorry, thank you. We're almost there. We're almost, as soon as we get through,
great.
we're
Okay.
quicker than you think.
Okay, anyway, I did ask to see the curriculum. I was told I wasn't supposed to see the curriculum, and I didn't see it, and that was prior to any lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Caroline Abate and Laurie Oakes and Lawrence Jaslowski.
Thank you for allowing me to speak with you about the completely unacceptable content of the sexual programs and curriculums in our public schools. These programs contain graphic and explicit images and text that are so inappropriate and offensive, they are beneath the dignity of any conversation that should ever happen anywhere in a public space. It is not okay for a school to teach things to children and show them pictures that would be illegal to do anywhere else in public. State-approved materials for these programs include teaching children that they are like a genderbread person. They are like a genderbread person and can become one of several different genders, including cisgender, transgender, genderqueer, binary, or androgynous, or that a boy can become a girl or a girl can become a boy. These programs put harmful and self-destructive ideas into the vulnerable and impressionable minds of young children that they would never think of on their own. These programs discriminate against students who are forced to opt out because they are not comfortable with the content or are Christian and know that there are only men and women as God created us. This violates their right to equal access to all classes offered at taxpayer-funded public schools. The impacts of these programs in our schools are difficult for far-removed school board members to perceive, but they are very real and consequential in the everyday lives of students that have to deal with it. California State Assembly Bill 329, Sexual Education for Students, was signed into law by Democrat Governor Jerry Brown. It is unfortunately required by law in 7th and 9th grades, but may be taught in other grades as well. Gender identity lessons can show up at any time and in any younger grade without warning. Members of the school board, you are responsible for ensuring that no school curriculums discriminate against students because of their religious beliefs. For that reason, and all the other reasons given, please implement this program only to the absolute minimum
30
extent
seconds.
required by law. Voters, please be aware that Assembly Bill 329 was Democrat legislation. Of the 77 votes needed to pass, 76 were Democrat, including Santa Barbara Democrat Senator Hannah Beth Jackson, who voted yes, and Democrat Governor Jerry Brown, who signed it into law. Please stop voting for Democrats. Vote for Republican candidates who would never pass this kind of legislation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that conclude our public comments? Two more. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Lori Oakes, and I'm professor and chair of the Department of Feminist Studies at UCSB, a parent of a white-identified high school student at DP, and a girls' sports coach locally. I'm here to voice the highest level of support for Just Communities and its long and positive history working with students, parents, and teachers. Just Communities programs are crucial to supporting all students to achieve their academic goals, which requires that they have an educational atmosphere that helps them learn. Their programs benefit students of all backgrounds and our larger community. Measures of success are many. There is documented consistent increase in the achievement for Latinx students, for example, a 43% increase in English language and math proficiencies on national standards at elementary and secondary levels. As a professor, our research team contracted Just Communities to provide expert facilitation for challenging and confidential discussions with LGBTQ community members and allies across generational differences. As a professor, parent, and coach, I hear stories from girls who have discovered that they are not alone or powerless in their desire to change the injustices they feel and see. Just Communities program Talking in Class is a model for skill building to strengthen lifelong abilities, including the expression of one's own voice and listening across differences. As a parent, I'm extremely impressed by the institutional changes I see at DP, including Spanish language interpretation at parent-teacher events and bilingual written information at back-to-school nights, on the school website, and in Parent Square notices. Just Communities Language Justice Support and the PETA group's advocacy clearly demonstrate that it is possible to implement inclusive practices. As a parent and professor, I've attended productive Allies for Equity meetings at Dos Pueblos for 2 years on a subcommittee taking the windows and mirrors approach to educational change. Teachers and administrators have participated in Just Communities, IIE, and work on projects alongside colleagues, parents, and students. During this particular historic and political moment of heightened divisiveness and real and specific threats to members of underrepresented groups, it is imperative to voice support for Just Communities. Their programs model positive approaches and teach that it is not helpful or effective to label people as racist or sexist. Through Just Communities programs, our communities focus on the ways in which everyone is impacted by inequality, with the goal of working together to make
30
things
seconds.
better for all community members. I join others to voice my unwavering support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Lawrence Joss, and just to qualify, I'm white. I'm a male. I'm heterosexual. I come from the capitalist class, you know, and I went through the training at Just Communities, and I found the trainers and the facilitators to be incredibly gifted and grounded and resourced emotionally, and they were able to have conversations and and engage everyone there in all different kinds of contexts. I'm a father. I have 3 daughters that have been through the high school system, and I find my daughters to be somewhat stunted because they didn't have access to programs like this. And I've had nothing but a fantastic experience with it. I've done a training for families, a training for the kids as well, and it's been wonderful. And it's been really inclusive and diverse, and the conversations have been open and engaging, and no one's shamed, no one's blamed. It's a really warm, wonderful environment, and such a great template that, in my opinion, should be rolled out all over the country. Like, there's so much lacking in this, and I see that. I see that in the young people that don't have access to this program across all kinds of diversities, you know. And I'm just here to tell you my personal experience was phenomenal. I really enjoyed the approach. I enjoyed the curriculum. The facilitators were well versed in what they were teaching, and they were also able to read the crowd and engage us on whatever levels we needed to be engaged in. So I'm a huge fan. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, just doing some agenda management, so thank you for your patience. So as we move to our next item, I want to make sure that we know that when we're doing an all in favor or unanimous vote, it would be 4-0, as Ms. Capps is out of town. So we move to item D, acceptance of donations. Do I hear a motion?
I move to accept donations for October 8th, 2019 with gratitude.
Second.
Second by Ms. Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Board members, are there any items from the consent agenda that you would like to pull? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, all right. So now we'll move next to our item F, the public hearing. Notice of public hearing. We have a public comment on that? Okay. On F? Okay. No. It's not there. This is the public hearing for the instructional items. Yes. Okay. So we'll move to F1, notice of public hearing and approval of resolutions 2019-20-13 regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for secondary schools, and 2019/20-14 regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for elementary schools. Ms. Carey and Dr. Ramirez.
So, good evening, Board President, Ms. Sims-Moten. Ms. Carey and I are here to present on the resolution around sufficiency of instructional materials. An important thing I'll start by representing some thoughts and ideas on the elementary side. We have so in past presentations, we have talked about the role of the Williams Act as far as ensuring that there are sufficient amounts of instructional materials for students, particularly those that are in greatest need. We have also represented that in many instances we have already started to transition away from what are considered core adopted materials. That has been explained in the past in different contexts, including past resolutions like this one. One thing that I'd like to represent is that we have a couple of things that I'd like to represent. One is that we have been in very close communication with our Santa Barbara County Education Office on this matter, in trying to work through what that means in different spaces. And at this point, it's in all of our content areas, either because some of those materials will require a lot of thought based on recently developed frameworks like the social studies framework, or because we have moved forward with other supplemental materials at this point. One thing that I'd like to say in regard to that is that there are some new pieces of information that I think are important, and I would like to just share one thing, because in that transition, especially having so much community here, it's important to represent that we have multiple pathways to ensuring that there are viable instructional materials available for our students. And part of that work has been to ensure that the materials that we have and that we've brought on board have been, that do crosswalk to the California state standards. So I would like to just share one artifact very briefly, just in order to highlight that, where there has been a great deal of teacher involvement and engagement over multiple years. And I'd just like to represent that really briefly. Mr. Rouse, if you could just bring up maybe just the third grade.
The one that didn't download.
Fourth grade is fine. So as we've transitioned, we have our content represented, and these are learning guides. We call them scope and sequence frameworks across all content areas. There is a cross map of content to standards, which is very, very important for us to continue to represent to the community. If you can just scroll through, the first part is around literacy, and we can certainly discuss that further. If you just keep scrolling, I'm not going to delve into any of these. All of those are hyperlinks that provide additional documentation. And most recently, this was put together by our literacy coaches, our instructional support specialists, as well as grade level representatives. And they really have formed, they've helped norm our collective learning progressions across our schools. As you scroll through, you see components of English language development, so on and so forth, through different content areas, each one with some hyperlinks that go into further detail around the content progression. Now, this can be very dense to your average person, but it's something that teachers have been able to work through, see, and experience in a number of different ways. And we have tried to adjust it based on a number of feedback points. All that looping back to this conversation around instructional materials and the sufficiency of. So as we have transitioned, Mr. Rouse, if you can just bring that down for a moment. So I just wanted to provide that as context and just as one artifact that is very relevant to this conversation. Beyond that, I would also like to represent that, when I came to the district into my role, unfortunately, we didn't have too many viable means of ensuring and stable means of ensuring that there were as thorough and comprehensive a ways to onboard content. So over time, we have developed those better and better. And I would point to our 6th grade adoption of illustrative math as an example, our recent engagement in illustrative math in a pilot in kinder through 5th. So the processes have gotten better over the years. But the reality is that we have some content out there that we have been using and utilizing pretty extensively that we will have to reckon with a little differently. So I'm going to make it my point to continue to outreach to our teachers union and to our representation to ensure that we just find formal means of ensuring that that those get codified and that we make sense of those very clearly. And the 2 content areas that I'd like to just highlight in particular is our work around balanced literacy in the literacy English language arts space, and in science in kinder through 5th, which is our FOSS. And both of those areas of content are things that have developed a little differently over the years, but that we have utilized rather extensively now over time. So I just wanted to represent that as an opening thought and representation of where we've been and where we most likely need to go next, and provides just some context to this particular resolution.
Any comments from the board? Questions? Ms. Ford?
So I appreciate seeing the, would you call that, I don't know, a curriculum that I was looking at for fourth grade? What is that document? What do you call it?
That's just a scope and sequence framework. It's basically a map of how content lays out over the course of the year and across content.
Okay, so it looked like it was a list of all the instructional materials for all of the content areas, right? And so it said draft on it. And is it a draft or is it finalized?
The one for this year is finalized in that it remains stable. It's a draft because it's iterative year over year. But that one in particular has been finalized for the 1920 school year.
So is there a place where anyone, including board members, can have copies of these? Is it on the website or?
In the process of our website redesign, that's something that we've been holding out for. We will definitely push for a version of this to be made, just public, because I think that's just a helpful way of ensuring that we have visibility to how content is being addressed. So that's something that we will look to build out within the educational services part of our website.
Okay, so in fourth grade, it's there's nothing written next to the word math.
Those are trimester by trimester, and those are intended to be, this is actually a carryover from when we had thematic units. So we've been systematically working through that as we have talked about integrating in other ways. But if you look down at the math area, we are looking at, our adoption is quite old at this point, and it does not satisfy the Common Core state standards. So we have cross-mapped around, two things now. Engage New York, which has been, kind of in effect for the last few years, and we've used that scope and sequence. But furthermore, now with the onboarding of kinder through fifth, illustrative math, we are following their progression of their learning progressions.
So at some point, for example, this document will be updated with information about illustrative math.
Right now, it's an alpha pilot, so if we move forward with that more fully into past this year, right now it's too early to tell, then it would change to whatever content or materials are in use and aligned that way.
So everywhere else in fourth grade, they're following this curriculum.
That's what we have worked through with our teachers, and we work on it throughout the year prior in order to stabilize it for the next year, so that it just is completed effectively with minor adjustments. And our literacy coaches, our instructional support specialists are the ones that, have worked most recently on ensuring that there's feedback loops with teachers and that there's adjustments made in preparation for the following year.
And in this document, sorry, just one more question. Is there noting of what assessments are used to, and so where would that be?
In certain areas, there's
kids are actually learning.
in certain areas, there's running records. We have an entirely different assessment calendar. What we have found in feedback loops with teachers, generally speaking, is that
Well, I see assessments right there.
right is that this document can become overwhelming, right? So we have to balance between being thorough or as comprehensive as we can be with being overwhelming. So it's been modified multiple times over, but what we wanted to do is maintain the integrity to the design from one grade level to the other. So these exist in this form basically in TK through 6th.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from board members? Nope. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ramirez. So we will hear from you. Ms. Carey?
Good evening, President Sims-Moten and members of the board and cabinet and community. Because a lot of my comments would overlap with Dr. Ramirez's, I won't repeat those. The only thing I might take this opportunity to highlight is to say that things are a little bit different in secondary than in elementary, or not a little bit. They're fundamentally different in that it's not one classroom teacher who has to be the conduit for all the subject matter. It's much more compartmentalized in secondary, so I'm happy to respond to any more specific questions that you might have along those lines in terms of we don't have that same kind of very thorough format, a document that shows you at a glance the landscape of all disciplines kind of in one place. The other thing I would highlight is that it just seems important to remind everyone, the community and everyone that that whenever we do pilot instruction materials, and certainly in recommending instruction materials for adoption, that is a very open process. We come before you as a board, as I'll just sort of cite what we did in September around science and explain sort of what the processes have been to involve educators and folks who have different perspectives on different materials, how we sort of shop the available materials that are out there. I'll remind folks that there's, generally speaking, a lag between when there's a framework that's re-envisioned and when the State Board of Education approved instruction materials are released to us. But certainly before there's any recommendation for adoption, we've engaged in a very thorough and transparent process, including making our instruction materials available for any member of the public who would want to review them. Just reinforcing one point from Dr. Ramirez, which is we are seeing a shift in instruction materials, not always entirely away from what we consider traditional instruction materials, such as textbooks. Sometimes there are textbooks that have both sort of a traditional hard copy and also a digital copy or version. And sometimes there are OERs or other supplemental materials that we use depending on the framework for that subject matter. So in the example of health, we have a textbook and an adoption that is compliant, but in and of itself is not compliant with the California Healthy Youth Act, the legislation that was cited earlier tonight in public comment. So that's what we are piloting now, is materials to bring us into compliance with new legislation pertaining specifically to health curriculum. And in accordance with that, just as I was stating formerly, there will be public information nights, particularly for the health curriculum because of the sensitivity, as we've heard in a series of board meetings about the legislation and about what it means and looks like to be compliant with that legislation. So I just wanted to take this opportunity of the resolutions here to reinforce things we already know, but that are useful to remind everybody about, and that is the transparency and thoroughness with which we and seriousness with which we go about piloting and ultimately recommending for adoption any instructional materials.
Any comments from the board? Ms. Ford?
Thanks. So for example, in the core subject areas, English, is there a document that is similar to what Dr. Ramirez showed us for secondary English?
There is an old one that needs refreshing, and that is being refreshed this school year with it's coinciding with the onboarding of our new instructional support specialist for English language arts. So yes, there was a skills calendar developed for English 9, English 10, English 11, for example. At this point, it needs to be made current.
And math?
And math, yes. So every one of the 4 subject areas has had its own journey since the adoption of the Common Core standards. So math, prior to the adoptions of CPM, which is what we adopted for the integrated math course sequence, there were about 2 or 3 years where math teachers were doing a lot of the writing of curriculum at the same time that they were familiarizing themselves with standards. So we used resources that were available at the time. I mean, part of what happened at the advent of Common Core is there were not a lot of Common Core aligned instruction materials readily available. And so we have a document that was generated at that time, an online resource. We refer to it as the collective, and that's what held together the coherence of the instructional program for mathematics. Largely it was designed for ELA and math, but it was really more active for math. When we adopted CPM, that really became really sort of the anchor of the math program. I would say on a continuum, with math being on one end and ELA being on the other end of the continuum. Math is sort of more, the instructional practices that you'll see in math classrooms are more closely aligned to the formally adopted curriculum than you might see in an ELA class, which relies much more heavily than a math classroom would, on things like supplemental materials. Those are also, though, always board approved. We bring those before you both when we do big adoptions for, science, or when we ever have a request for supplemental materials approval. And then you already know about our science process. So it's a little different story for each subject, but I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Additional questions, board members? I just thank you, Ms. Carey and Dr. Ramirez. I just have a question in linking the information. So, for instance, when you're coming to the board to present a pilot curriculum, so how does that link to this ultimate resolution as to do you have sufficient materials? We could link that so that when we're approving it a year later, that those things make sense.
I'll try to represent a little bit about elementary. As I mentioned, and I want to be very fair in representing that, like secondary, we still have a lot of ways to come in terms of a different understanding of instructional materials collectively in light of just so many changes out there when it comes to just what those materials entail. We have open educational resources, of which illustrative math is one. So what I would say is I'll try to represent this in two phases. First, as I mentioned before, there were some materials that grew up a little differently in elementary, a little more organically, shall we say. And as I mentioned, those were largely in the realm of balanced literacy and in our science content. So what we've done now with our secondary to be more coherent is that we are looking to build out processes where we are just being very thorough in engaging teachers fully, engaging community, being very open about all of those processes, because as I said before, we just didn't have those systems firmly in place. So now, to your question, I'll take the most recent alpha pilot participation in elementary. So we have developed a learning progression. I don't know if it's reflected there, but it exists. And it's part of the training for teachers. Part of the notification for each one of those, I believe it's in excess of 60 teachers, there was a letter that was drafted and sent home with parents to inform them that the classrooms were participating in a pilot. You heard a board report to that effect. I hope to bring something, in the future, depending on how this pilot unfolds. So I think we're just formalizing our channels now in a way that I will take ownership, did not exist quite the same way in 4 or 5 years ago. So what you would see, to be very succinct at this point, is you will see that we will bring those more in rhythms to the board to both inform the board and the community, but also to be more and more in line with our district board policy from an elementary perspective. Same, I think, with secondary, but I just wanted to give you a representation. And as those adjustments are made, we would update these kinds of documents to reflect that.
Can I offer one thing I think might be helpful? It really is just this clause here that says that by law we have to have this hearing annually. If you'll recall that quarterly we report to you whether or not there have been any complaints about an insufficiency of instructional materials. If a family or a staff member were to observe that a student didn't have access to our adopted instructional materials and that were to be reported of us, we would need to be corrective about that. And so this is a sort of statutory exercise that we go through, but there are periodic quarterly reports too as well that help assure us and you and the community that everyone has all the materials that they're supposed to have. A lot of what you've heard tonight is us just using the opportunity to have to do this resolution to also explain a lot of things around the instructional materials piloting and adoption process that are more indirectly related to just this resolution that states and affirms we do have sufficiency of instructional materials, if that's helpful.
It's very helpful. It's just a matter of linking it to when we get to this point. I know those things have happened in terms of it's just not a matter of fact of just because we have to do it, but we fully have understood and participated.
Right.
Additional comments from the board? Okay, thank you. We do have a public comment on this item as well.
Yes,
Thank you,
Jill
Dr.
Rivera.
Good evening. So, from the meeting we had a couple weeks ago, we know that we have a budget, an annual budget for this school district of $176 million for the years 2019-20, and we have roughly 13,000 kids. We saw 5 years of data that showed from 2015, 14, 15, maybe it was, well, anyway, it was 2015 through 2019. We saw data that shows after 5 years, 46% of all students are not reading at grade level, and a higher percentage is not at grade level for math. And we know that if a child is not reading at grade level by grade 3, it is very difficult for them to catch up. So I talk to a lot of elementary school teachers, and what they tell me is that currently there is no adopted English language development reading curriculum in place for grades K through 5, nor is there any adopted curriculum for math grades K through 5, okay? So teachers are using old open court, which my kids used, which I wasn't really a big fan back then, but they're using old open court reading materials, and many of these materials are incomplete, they're old, and they're missing a lot of pieces. Now, I volunteered as a literacy interventionist at the juvenile hall when it was out here in Santa Barbara. And I can tell you that all the students there that I mentored and helped read were all pretty much illiterate. And I can tell you that if we don't address early childhood reading, that we're gonna keep this cycle going. And so I would like to know what the board's plan is for putting in place adopted reading curriculum, because that is your job to do that. And I would like to know what process you have in place and what your plans are for doing that, because it's real piecemeal right now, and our kids deserve better. And, you know, I think if we could, instead of spending all this money on all these programs for AHA,
30
Family
seconds.
Services, CALM, Just Communities, if we could address early childhood reading literacy as a priority, we probably wouldn't need all these programs on the back end, because our kids would be achieving, they would be closing the achievement gap, and they would be achieving real equity. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe we need action to approve these resolutions, is that correct? Are you asking for approval of them or just to hear it?
This is just a hearing.
Just to hear, okay, just want to make sure. All right, are there any further comments for Dr. Ramirez or Ms. Carey? Okay, thank you very much. This hearing is closed. Okay, so we're gonna try to do. Did you submit a slip with regards to this? We don't make comment during that, as you may recall, is that. So Ms. Gallardo, I just want to keep order in this meeting. So if you want to address the board, you can do that by submitting a slip, or we close the matter on this. So you can certainly email the board and let us know that question, and we can, if Ms. Ms. Gallardo, I want to be respectful of this process, and if you want to speak on this item, then that's why we have the slips. So that's concluded on that piece, and you certainly can address the board through an email with regards to any further conversation you need on this item. Ms. Ford?
I just wanted to point out that the agenda said approval of the resolutions. So
Yes.
shall
So
we
I'm-
approve them?
Well, that's what I was asking in terms of that, so just trying to get some correction on that. So it does says public hearing and approval of resolutions. So are you asking for approval?
So this is essentially a first reading, and we will ask the board's approval at the next meeting.
Okay.
So we need to correct this. So this is a first reading, and the approval will be at the next meeting on October 22nd. Thank you. Any other comments from the board? All right, this matter is closed. Thank you. Okay, we're going to do Agenda management, realize we're a little bit behind on the schedule. So we're going to go to the time approximate to discuss the update on the development of comprehensive plan for multilingual pathways. Dr. Ramirez. And do we have several public comments? Do we want to take those first? We'll take those first. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll start with the first three, James Fechner, Marina Zarate, and Laura Gomez.
I'm sorry, I miscategorized. Mine's for the second one, please. The gate, I'm sorry.
All right. So we'll just add on, I'm sorry, Alana Rangel?
Should we repeat them again?
So Marina Zarate, Laura Gomez, and Alma Rangel. And I'm just going to add Victor Carmona. Those are 4 public comment.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo Escolar de Santa Bárbara. Mi nombre es Marina Zárate y soy mamá de 4 estudiantes en este distrito.
Good evening, dear members of the board here in Santa Barbara. My name is Marina Zarate, and I am the mother of 4 students in this school district.
Esta tarde me gustaría reiterar mi apoyo a las ideas del desarrollo del plan para las vías académicas multilingües en nuestro distrito.
And this evening, I would like to express support for the ideas in the development of the plan for the multilingual pathways.
Esta tarde me gustaría dar millones de ejemplos, pero como no tenemos tiempo, solo tenemos 3 minutos.
I would like to give you millions of examples of why, but since we don't have time for that, we only have 3 minutes.
Okay, so en este momento me gustaría tomar estos pocos segundos para reiterarles y agradecerles la oportunidad que he tenido en participar en algunas de las reuniones para la creación de este plan.
So I would like to take the opportunity to thank you for allowing me to participate in the creation of this plan.
También de analizar la oportunidad que ustedes tienen para cómo serían nuestros estudiantes beneficiados, y a esto me refiero a todos los estudiantes de este distrito sin distinciones. Pensemos a futuro sobre nuestro distrito escolar, ya que está en construcción de alumnos multilingües. Estaremos preparando alumnos para nivel mundial, no solamente para este distrito, no solamente para Santa Bárbara, no solamente para las escuelas de este distrito.
I would also like to recognize the opportunity that you all have at this moment to support this plan to create students who are multilingual, not just for this school, but for this district and for this country and for this world.
Estos alumnos son nuestro futuro y por esta razón deberíamos construir y formar hoy el futuro exitoso de ellos.
These students are our future, and that's why today we must create the opportunity for them to be prepared for the future.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good
y
evening,
al
everybody.
público. Mi nombre es Laura Gómez. Soy madre de una estudiante en 2 pueblos
My name is Laura Gomez. I am the mother of a student at Dos Pueblos,
y miembro también del comité de DILAC.
and I am also a member of the DLAC committee.
Esta noche estoy aquí también para apoyar el plan de vías multilingües.
So this evening, I am also here to support the plan for multilingual pathways.
Que como la mesa directiva sabe, no es algo que nació ayer ni hace unos meses.
So as the board knows, this was not something that was born yesterday or even a few months ago.
Es el trabajo de varios grupos de padres, de maestros, de alumnos, de la misma comunidad, de donde con su voz, sus preocupaciones y como lo dijo el superintendente al principio, los análisis que se han hecho soportan este plan.
So this is a result of work that has been done throughout many years by students, by parents, by teachers and administrators. And as the superintendent mentioned earlier, this is what is needed today.
Y bueno, una vez más agradecerles de su tiempo y de su disponibilidad para apoyarnos con este plan que está en desarrollo.
So I just want to thank you for allowing us the opportunity and also for the support in creating this plan.
Y invito a la comunidad también, a quienes no saben mucho sobre esto, que se informen. Créanme que es para beneficio de todos, no solamente de unos, es para todos y para principalmente nuestros estudiantes.
And so I also want to invite members of the public that are not familiar with this program to learn more about it, because it's not going to benefit certain students, it's going to benefit all students.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Alma Rangel,
Good
soy
evening.
miembro del comité DILAC.
My name is Alma Rangel. I am a member of the DLAC committee.
Agradezco mucho la oportunidad de estar aquí y de poder expresar un poco acerca del plan para las vías académicas multilingües.
I appreciate very much the opportunity to be here and to share a little bit about the plan for multilingual pathways,
Que es un nuevo proyecto que se está desarrollando con la ayuda de expertos, profesores, padres de familia y miembros de la comunidad.
and so this is a new project that is being developed with the help of experts, teachers, parents, and members of the community,
Para dar una oportunidad a todos los alumnos de nuestro distrito para que aprendan otros idiomas.
and this is for all students in our school district to be able to have the opportunity to learn more languages.
Tenemos una gran oportunidad en nuestras manos para que nuestros alumnos adquieran nuevas herramientas académicas para el mundo actual.
So we have a large opportunity here in our hands so that our students can learn new tools, new academic tools, to be able to be ready for the real world.
Les queremos agradecer mucho el apoyo que han mostrado para este nuevo proyecto y asimismo les solicitamos que sigan apoyándolo porque en sus manos está esta oportunidad de que nuestros niños obtengan esta nueva oportunidad.
So we really appreciate the support that you have offered to this plan, and we also ask that you continue to support this plan because it's a very important opportunity that you have in your hands to be able to support our children.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Víctor Carmona,
Good evening, everybody. My name is
Padre de
Victor
dos
Carmona,
padre de dos estudiantes bilingües de la Escuela Dos Pueblos.
and I am the father of 2 bilingual students at Dos Pueblos.
Me siento muy contento con la iniciativa de la educación multilingüe.
And I'm very happy with this project for multilingual pathways.
Esto le va a dar la oportunidad a más alumnos de tomar ventaja de esta iniciativa.
So this is going to give more students the opportunity to take advantage of this initiative.
El pasado 23 de septiembre tuve la oportunidad y el privilegio de estar en la primera reunión para iniciar el diseño del plan de vías multilingües llamado META, por sus siglas en inglés.
So on September the 23rd, I had the great opportunity and privilege of being part of the first meeting to develop this plan for multilingual pathways. So it's known as META.
En mi opinión, fue una información muy clara e importante desarrollada por profesionales en esta área.
So for me, in my opinion, it was something that was presented very clearly, and it was very important because it was presented by professionals.
Personalmente me da mucho gusto ver la participación y la aceptación de los asistentes para este magnífico proyecto.
So personally, I was very happy seeing that a lot of the participants were very accepting and very willing to put this forward.
De mi parte, solo tengo buenos comentarios para la iniciativa y para los responsables de este proyecto.
So I have nothing but good things to say about this project and about those that are working on this project.
Esperando continuar con el apoyo de la comunidad en general para el programa Meta.
And I hope to continue working with the community and their support to work towards this program called Meta.
Por el bien de los estudiantes de nuestro distrito.
And we do this for the well-being of the students in our district.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public comment for this.
Okay, now we'll have the presentation.
All right, well, good evening, Board, Ms. Sims-Moten, President Sims-Moten, public, community. Once again, it's it's a really distinct pleasure to be here. I'll be just kicking it off, really, providing a little bit of an opening frame. And in doing so, I'd like to just take an opportunity to really publicly not just acknowledge but thank so many people who have been instrumental in getting us to this point. Now generations, I think, of parents who have lent their experience, their own voice, and in the years that I've been in the district, had the good fortune to meet a number of them that have advocated for a comprehensive view of all of our programs and our school culture, our school and district culture, to ensure that we are optimally prepared to be able to support the students that we have coming in our doors every day. Specifically, Ms. Larios Horton, who's our Director of EL and Parent Engagement, has been just instrumental, not just tonight. You've heard her back in the spring when this was just, an idea, a plan that has now been executed. Our language access unit, our family engagement unit, Monica Perales, all of our parents here who have lent a lot of their time, effort. Muchas gracias por estar aquí, por contribuir durante este proceso. As we provide an opening frame, I want to really call back the ideas that Mr. Matsuoka represented in his superintendent's comment, and that is that what we are most inspired by is the idea that this can be a plan in which all of our students can see themselves, in which all of our community and families can view both the benefit and the place. So it's with that spirit, it's with that intent that we would like for to move forward and provide this presentation. So amongst we will be getting in a moment into some of the more concrete details of where we are. This is a status update, but we wanted to really break this up into three parts. One is by describing a learner profile. Mr. Matsuoka indicated earlier a graduate profile, but basically a common set of competencies that we would love nothing more than to have every single one of our graduates leave our schools fully equipped, again, to take on that world that is ever evolving and in some ways has yet to take shape and yet to be realized. We also have to talk about forces and shifts in 21st century education, but specifically in the area of language. And finally, to provide that more concrete update on where we've been, who has been along this journey, and where we will go next.
All right. Good evening, members of the board, President Sims-Moten, community. In the time that we have, we'll speak to these three points, but I thought we would start with this quote from a Finnish linguist, which reads, "English is not enough. In knowledge societies, uniformity is a handicap. Creativity, innovation, and investment are results of additive teaching and multilingualism. Creativity and new ideas are the main assets or cultural capital.
in a knowledge society and a prerequisite for humankind to adapt to change and to find solutions to the catastrophes of our own making. Multilingualism enhances creativity, monolingualism and homogenization kill it. What we bring to you today is, first and foremost, a learner profile in thinking about our students. And just of note, these are pictures of our very own students. On the left, you'll see our McKinley Bears, and on the right, our San Marcos Royals. As we considered what it meant to develop all students into learners who will read, reason, and communicate to contribute positively to an ever-changing global and multilingual world, we found it to be both necessary and very helpful to think through the attributes of a learner profile. In other words, what are the qualities and the skills that a learner would need to develop such that they can be truly prepared for a world that is yet to be created? And then, of course, to prepare for these realities, the education we provide them must help them learn languages of the world, including their own. Respect for other cultures and languages, and knowledge of the world, geography, history, current events, and cultures that give life and are the context in which these languages are used. Our research and discussion led us to the following list of attributes, of which Ms. Carey will talk to you about.
We know that developing proficiency in languages other than just your primary or native language not only boosts your academic achievement overall, but even strengthens the language development in your first language. We know that anecdotally, and we know that that is borne out in research. We know that being multilingual enhances college and career readiness. We heard about that formerly from Superintendent Matsuoka in his comments. But we also know that increasingly employers such as Google, big employers are really looking for not just the language skills, but the attendant attitudes, mindsets, and cognitive competencies that tend to attend and accompany folks who are multilingual. A lot of the soft skills that we look for in leadership, which are the same skills that help promote a student's potential to be successful beyond K-12 education and in college and career, come organically through the process of acquiring and developing a second or more languages. I really like this next bullet because it talks about the idea of literacy, but expands it beyond what we tend to think of traditionally when we say the word literacy. And I think it can't be any more current to the world we live in today, where it's not just about being able to decode or comprehend text, but being really able to read all kinds of cues and texts beyond the page and beyond, the conversation. Including, I think it's worth listing, environmental literacies, visual literacies, digital literacies, and media and informational literacies. So the study of the development of the acquisition and attainment of proficiency in more than one language strengthens a student's ability to demonstrate those competencies, those literacies. This is, again, underscoring some of those soft skills. We know that when you have a proficiency in a language other than the one that you acquired in early childhood, that there are other benefits that you receive from that. And that includes not just an ability to communicate, but in so doing, to do perspective taking, that you have to listen and attend closely to what you are reading or hearing, and that you have to not just hear it or read it literally, but listen for nuance, listen for subtleties of meaning, and in so doing, that strengthens all kinds of skills like innovation, creativity, critical thinking, but also, I think very importantly, especially in these times, as I said, perspective taking and collaboration, those interpersonal competencies. We know about how closely connected language is to identity, but I think sometimes we fail to appreciate how that extends to a sense of mental and physical and psychological well-being. We unfortunately have seen that where we see language destructive environments or processes, but it's important also to flip it and realize just how much potential we have through language development to promote physical, mental, emotional, and psychological well-being. And Maria alluded to this too, but as our globe shrinks and as we necessarily will come increasingly into contact with one another, not just within our cultures and societies, but across them, it sort of goes without saying that being proficient in more than one language only facilitates that and helps us to be more successful in so doing. I think the last comment would say here is this list of competencies that we envision as being characteristic of our learners, of our graduates, of our bilingual and multilingual students is exciting to me because it both broadens what we traditionally think of in terms of competencies we want our students to achieve, but it does that without sacrificing precision. So it's both broad and very precise in terms of the kinds of desired competencies we'd like to see in our learners and graduates.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. And I do want to say, too, that it's really great that in our Ed Services Department, our two assistant superintendents are both bilingual. So it's been important for this initiative, for that sort of understanding to be a part of the leadership in our department. And so, as mentioned in the past, in order to move forward, it's also important to understand our history here in Santa Barbara. And we've talked before about, kind of the damage that was done with Proposition 227, which passed in California in 1998, and which Santa Barbara took the lead in dismantling bilingual education. And so 20 years later, though, we have had some very significant shifts, of which we've discussed here before, in California public education, which have helped turn the tide of this very devastating policy. And so some of you have seen these state policies before. California was the first state. Now we have over 40 states who have implemented the California State Seal of Biliteracy. In 2016, November of 2016, California passed the California Edge Initiative, or Proposition 58, of which essentially eliminated Proposition 227, recalled Proposition 227. And of note, Santa Barbara passed Proposition 58 at a rate much higher than the state. So that's important to note. In 2017, the Department of Education passed the California English Learner Roadmap Policy, which is going to be one of the most important guidance documents in our development of the multilingual pathways. And before our last state superintendent left California, his position as state superintendent, he left us this charge called Global California 2030. In which, as Mr. Matsuoka mentioned in his initial comments, it charges us with ensuring that we have programming and support for half of our students in California to have access to multilingual programs and pathways. So, and then of course, most recently, our recently elected state superintendent, Tony Thurmond, was in town in Santa Barbara. And what you see here is a picture of Tony Thurmond, some state, important people, including one of our board members, Dr. Reed, and some students, the principal who came to visit San Marcos High School, and then who subsequently spoke to many administrators across the county and across several counties, actually, where he expressed support for Global California 2030, and in particular, support for dual language immersion programs. I also want to note that Tony Thurmond is also bilingual. Last week, the new World Languages Framework was presented to California for public comment. So there's a lot happening in this space, and we are set here in Santa Barbara to begin to keep this going. of course, locally, there are some local forces that have helped us move along in this space. So in May of 2018, some of you were seated here when our District English Learner Advisory Committee presented you with a recommendation to explore the possibility of dual language immersion. And I think that their role in all of this is super important to mention, because they have been present anytime that this topic comes up. So, and then finally, our local dual language immersion charter school has been looking for us to expand to help to then support their students as they exit their sixth grade. And so I'm just really, I feel really honored to be able to support the opening of our dual language immersion cohort at Santa Barbara Junior High School, along with the administrators there in the coming year. So we are in the full throes of that planning at this time. Separate from that, there are some other official documents that need a lot of updating, and to take this opportunity to do all of this work in a comprehensive way, such that these documents don't have to be done separate or revised separately, but rather as part of a comprehensive approach, is another reason why we're here, why we are in need of a multilingual, comprehensive multilingual pathways plan. And then just to remind us of who our students are, at least half, if not more, of our students already come to us with a language other than English. And so there are many opportunities that we have missed to be able to support students' development in their native language. And so I think it's important to have this number tucked away, 46.3%. Of those students that are multilingual, almost 92% speak Spanish at home. And so here we are. The comprehensive plan for multilingual pathways is going to reflect a new vision for language education that will help guide our district in its commitment to ensure all of our language learners succeed in school and beyond. It will contain the vision and foundational assumptions behind this cutting-edge commitment to providing all language learners in the district with a powerful 21st century education. Two important paradigm shifts that I would like to share with you that are really helping shape this plan and that are important to share with you now are this idea of an asset-based approach to educating our students and how additive versus subtractive programs are something we are looking at when in the development of this plan. And so just very briefly, to move from this idea of deficit thinking around culture, language, ethnicity, and heritage to a more asset-based model is one that we aspire to every single day, but it's also important that we are intentional about how we are moving the needle in this space related to deficit thinking versus asset-based views of our students and our families. And so in a deficit thinking orientation, we privilege academic culture and view inconsistencies between home and school as a deficiency. And we say that, and we propose that the disconnects between the home and the school cultures are recognized and addressed equitably. So we see it as something that we can actually do in our schools if we are looking at it from a place of seeing our students' funds of knowledge and using those to support them. Another example would be views of who can and can't learn based on dominant cultural stereotypes to educators holding an expansive view that all students are able to learn. And I may even add that our ideas of intelligence and giftedness could also be broadened in this space. Not seeing value in finding alternative ways to engage or challenge students would be to think about how educators instead know how to motivate and challenge all students, including tapping into unique strengths and traits. So that's just one of the paradigm shifts that we are utilizing to help guide our work in this this plan. Another example of how what you might see in the plan coming in March to you for consideration is in our district and across California and even across the nation, the term English learner is used as a term that we use when we talk about students who are learning English as an additional language. There's nothing terribly wrong about the term. However, when you think about it, it is a deficit-oriented term. It's a term that identifies what a student is still lacking. And so if we are to think about the asset-based view of how we discuss our students, how we talk about our students, we are proposing the term emergent multilinguals because with this, we are looking at the potential that they have and that they bring to our schools. And so this is one example of some language you might be seeing here in the very near future. So part of choosing this focus is to consider how the language we use, of course, has a more deficit-based approach if we were to use English learners. As such, once formalized, this particular term, according to my networks, only one other district in California has formally adopted a more asset-based term. So there is a movement toward this. We wouldn't necessarily be the first. However, we would be the first in utilizing the term emergent multilingual. In other words, the difference being that another district is using emergent bilingual and we would be using emergent multilingual. And so if we were first to eliminate bilingual education before even California did, I propose that we are the first in really rethinking how we talk about our students. I think we can do it. And so another example of how we are looking to more asset-based, asset-minded approaches is to think about how we really have this opportunity to help our students learn a new language without losing their first language. I think that's, again, a missed opportunity as a result of Proposition 227. We do not track data around how much language loss exists amongst our students, but that's certainly something of interest to us. If we think about subtractive models of education for language learners, the subtractive model supports monolingual education, assimilation. To some extent, some of our programs do this. It's subtractive in a way. And what we'd like to propose is to really rethink how we approach language education to where we are looking at additive models. Once again, thinking about how we can support our students in keeping their first language, sustaining their first language, while also learning a second language, or even a third. And then to further highlight and describe what this could look like in our schools, and again, we don't have this planned out yet. And the reason for why this is not in detail is because our stakeholder groups are the ones that are helping us develop all of this. So it's not coming from central office. It's coming from a very important partnership we have with multiple stakeholder groups. But to highlight and to give some example of what this would look like in our schools, we can start with dual language immersion, which is something many of us are familiar with because of Adelante Charter School. And so in a dual language immersion program, we would be serving, the audience would be any student TK-12. Of course, we wouldn't have all the space for all of the students, but just to give you an idea of what that would look like. And it's where we have a balance of native English speakers and native speakers of the target language. In our case, in Santa Barbara, would be Spanish, where the students serve as language role models for one another throughout the day. And that, again, is what we're working on for Santa Barbara Junior High School this coming year. Another example would be this idea of world languages, where we currently have world language courses, but our students don't really have access to them until they get to secondary schools. And so the idea here would be, well, we have new standards, world language standards, that bring about new ways of teaching a world language, and a new framework that is up for approval very soon. And so how do we rethink that space and then possibly even expand that out to elementary? What might it look like to have students who don't have the possibility of attending a dual language immersion program to have access to a second language from the time they are little? And then finally, and probably most importantly, because this is where many of our students would benefit from, more so perhaps have access to on a greater scale than any of these others, and that is that we have monolingual teachers, monolingual English teachers in our classrooms for the most part. The majority of our educators are monolingual English speaking. So how in the world would we sustain and support a student's first language if our educators are monolingual English? And I want to say to you that we are not going to replace our teachers. Absolutely not. And similarly, when we think about asset-based education for students, how can we use what teachers bring with them to the classroom to then equip them with strategies and ideas for building biliteracy, even when the teacher doesn't speak that other language? And this is a very important and growing field in education, and it's a very exciting one. We're seeing many universities preparing and providing education to their pre-service teachers around this space. So I guess the bottom line is that if we want to sustain a student's first language, if they come to us with a first language, what are the strategies that we can use in the classroom to help our students attain that? So those are just 3 examples. And again, we can't build this out for you because we're building it right now. So. Of note, I also want to mention that in the early childhood education space, this is yet even more important. We know that there is an abundance of research related to how our students, our young children, are able to learn faster, better if they are taught in their native language as a part of a preschool program. So. This is something really important as well, and I know that in our department we have some pretty amazing staff that are helping to build this out as well in the pre-K space. And so we have in April, I presented to you the 3 phases of the development of this plan. And really, the way this works is that in phase 1, we have an expert facilitator helping us with this work. And so in phase 1, which we have completed, all of the key review of documents has been completed. This is where we are now, where we have begun our stakeholder group meetings. And then we expect to come to you, the board, in March for review and approval. And so here's where we were in August. We convened a leadership a community of influencers or leaders in the community to think about, these ideas, these concepts, this proposal. And from that, we were able to then, once they reviewed some of the ideas, some of the research, we invited them to help us develop a name for this initiative. And our facilitator was very good about explaining why it's important to have a name. Names stick, right? And so in this case, our stakeholder or our community leaders helped us develop this name, which stands for Meta. Meta in Spanish means a goal, some of you may know. But it really is about multilingual excellence, transforming achievement. And en español, multilingüismo hacia la excelencia transformativa académica. Having learned about, again, the research, the stakeholders, and their input, we chose Meta. a name that we loved as it indicates what the research shows us, that multilingual excellence does indeed transform student achievement. In that meeting, we had approximately 26 organizations and community leaders represented. It was a full room. And there were many others that were not able to physically make it to this meeting who expressed support, and to them we're very, very thankful. They have been engaged via email and phone. But this was a broad invitation to several people who could also then recommend others to join. But this is a very a broad sampling of who was there for that initial meeting in August. And of course, in September, we had our first stakeholder group that will help develop this plan. And so what this group considered in their first meeting were something called essentials. An important part of telling a story is helping our constituents understand who we are as a district with regard to educating multilingual students, what is our identity, and we call this, the core set of descriptors, our Santa Barbara essentials. And these essentials that you will review in March include the vision, the mission, and the learner profile you just reviewed, our values around language education, our principles, how are we going to operationalize our values, our theory of action, how we're going to go about this, and our strategic goals. All of this to help us move forward with action plans. So this plan isn't going to have a set of actions, but rather a charge grounded in our Santa Barbara essentials. I'll share with you our draft vision, which is heavily supported by our district vision statement. And it reads, all students will read, reason, and communicate to contribute positively to an ever-changing global and multilingual world. Our mission is that our school communities will collaborate to create inclusive, multilingual, and multicultural learning environments that exemplify our values in order to successfully prepare all students for a world that is yet to be created. Our stakeholder group was very much in support of this, and also were able to contribute extensively to some of the refinement of this piece. The work, we have very dedicated community members. It's pretty incredible. The Meta stakeholder group has over 70 members at this point. We could barely fit in the room. It's composed of community, parents, students, teachers, principals, district administrators. We're meeting 5 times this year. Our first full day was completed September 23rd, and from here on out, we have 4 after-school meetings. The deliverable is going to be the Comprehensive Plan for Multilingual Pathways, also known as META. And our expert consultants, whom I shared with you previously, are very expert and have a lot of experience. And at this point, Francisca Sanchez is our expert consultant, and she brings with her 6 other consultants from around the state. So we have a whole host of people with lots of knowledge and experience coming to us in different, with different sets of expertise. So it's been it was a really great meeting. This Friday, we will host our first dual language immersion. So a subset of this greater work. Our dual language immersion planning team is meeting this Friday for the first time. We have 17 members, and as recommended by our consultant, we need to keep it small so that it's something, a group that can really get their hands into the development of this particular plan. And again, we have a broad group of folks that are joining us. We have 6 meetings, 2.5 hours, October through February. We already had one for Santa Barbara Junior High School in August, a separate one, but sort of also connected with this one. The deliverable is a dual language immersion plan, which will most likely come to you after META, which is, again, the core. And so then we bring to you the specific dual language immersion plan based on the guiding principles for dual language education developed by the Center for Applied Linguistics, and which are used by all DLI programs. So And again, our expert consultants, the executive director of the Association of Two-Way and Dual Language Education, a premier expert in this space, is our facilitator. I mean, we couldn't get any better here. And so we also have a local consultant. Her name is Paula Sevilla, and she is our district dual language immersion education consultant who lives in our community, has taught at Adelante, and who coincidentally also taught the first cohort of students that will reach us in junior high school next year. So it's been a great partnership. Just a few pictures of some of our groups. This is the Meta stakeholder group. As you can see, it was a tight space. It was, really appreciate board member Rose Munoz being there the whole time. And then our district DLI planning team. This is pictures of the planning team specifically for Santa Barbara Junior High School, which began in August. And I just want to offer up an invitation to all board members. We have the dates. We're happy to share them with you. Please stop by, say hello. We have very, very dedicated folks working on this, and they would love and appreciate your presence, even just a drop in. So with that, I'm open to any questions or comments. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Reed.
I don't even know where to start. Thank you. That was a very comprehensive presentation. I want to thank Dr. Ramirez and Maria Lorios Horton and Sean Carey for the presentation. I want to just start off, though, really acknowledging the parents and the work that you have done. I know we had public comment today, but I think really it was the movement of the parents and the students that really pushed this forward. And I think about, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, where we were with DLAC and where we are today, and with the presentations and commitment of the parents and families to say, we need this is important, we need change, we need shifts. And so I think it's really important to acknowledge that and to tell you how important that is in your input, and to continue that pressure and also support of what we need to make this change. And it's exciting to see this. When I think about when I was doing graduate research, it was on looking at K-12 education and looking at cross-cultural conversations, and were they actually happening in K-12 environment? Because what I was seeing in higher ed was that students who are entering diversity courses, general ed diversity courses, were not equipped to really talk about their own identities or their own cultures, because they hadn't been given that opportunity. And to think that we are really at a cutting edge here due to the movement of the parents and students, but this community and the administration and everyone coming together to say, this isn't okay. We are in a global world, and we need to be able to move forward and support each other, but also learn from each other. And so it's exciting to me just to see where we've come. And I also want to acknowledge Dr. Mora, who was very involved in this, who was inspirational in getting this off the ground, with Dr. Ramirez too, in your role where you were Director of English Learner and Parent Engagement. So I think it takes a village. It takes a community. It takes parents, students. It takes the administration. It takes teachers. It takes everybody to bring this forward. And it's exciting to see this change. And I'm just thrilled that we're at this place, and that we could be a district that really sets the framework for other districts. And we're doing that in quite a few ways. But just to speak to this, and I look forward to learning more. And I think, just to end, the comprehensive approach that you're taking and sharing within this presentation is clearly going to benefit the success of this program. And so I appreciate the way that's going, that you brought it forward. But again, crucial is the involvement of you parents, and to keep us on our toes, keep our feet to the fire, keep us moving forward in this direction, because it's vital to our students and to our world. So thank you.
Additional comments from the board? Ms. Ford?
Yes, thanks to all who've worked so hard on this plan and where it is now. I'm just wondering, Ms. Larios Horton, how you harness 70 people for 4 after-school meetings to come up with a plan. Can you give us some idea of what's next?
How do we harness 70 people? It takes a lot of elbow grease, I think, to have been able to pull all those folks together, because people are very, very busy. But I think that understanding the why behind why this is so important is really what it took to get them in the room, and to have them leave so excited that they're just really engaged in this. And so we're going to harness all 70 members plus by making sure that they have the communication tools that they need to then go out and be able to communicate with others, and be our ambassadors of this information, and not have it be kept in just our meeting space. They are a group that is very diverse linguistically and culturally, and have many different lived experiences. And so I believe that that composition that was carefully created is going to only enrich and create a very robust plan for our community's children. So I hope that answered your question.
Not exactly.
All right.
I was just kind of wondering what the next meeting will entail.
The next meeting.
Kind of like, how do you do the work?
Yeah, so our stakeholders were asked to self-select into 6 strategic goals. And so in the strategic goal groups, we have a cross-representation of stakeholders in each one of those strategic goals. Again, they're not there to action plan, they're there to inform and to help us develop some guiding principles from where we will then develop some action steps. And so I think having, again, that diversity, not just in the room, but then in our strategic goal groups, is going to lend a hand to making sure that we develop this plan based on the 6 strategic goals.
Great, thank you. And also, if there is a point where you're actually sharing or asking this group to do some readings, I would love it if you'd share those with the board too.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Will do.
Ms. Munoz?
Yeah, so as being there, at the part of the stakeholder groups, I could attest that when we first started, we did not know what this would be called. We came up with several ideas. We had, and then we selected Meta. So I can attest to that, and that the fact that when you start the day in an all-day workshop, facilitated by Francisca and Maria Larios Horton, is that you don't know where it's going to go. Like the next hour, I was like, oh, now what are we going to do? And so it's very exciting. We are going to be, Global California 2030. That's our vision. And I also thank all the leaders, all our parent leaders who have been persistent in this. I know, many, you have a long day, you have your kids in school, and then you spend your evening in meetings to come up with this, and then you give up another day and so forth. So para eso les doy mucho agradecimiento. Realmente esto es lo que ha sucedido. This is the goal. This is what has happened as a part of your dedication. The multilingualism and cultural learning is going to prepare, our students for the world. This is, beyond high school. This is huge, and I do think that Santa Barbara is in the forefront, and we're making this happen. And it's also, when I went to the Engineering Academy at Dos Pueblos, I asked the, presenter that was giving me the tour, I said, so what do you do when some of the students, are English learners? And they, and she turned and said, well, the juniors and the seniors that speak Spanish step up and they explain to these students. And that really is the best way to learn, is showing what you know and showing other students in your first language, such as myself with Spanish. I know that, it's my hope that as a board that we support this, that we ask questions, give input, as well as the community, so that we could make this plan a reality.
Thank you. Dr. Reed?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one more thing. In terms of the asset-based approach, I think that I just wanted to touch on that and say that I really appreciate that, because I think that's really going to change the take-up of this, and I think it's really the way we have to shift in our thinking, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to echo the sentiments of my board members, board colleagues, and I don't need to repeat what they've all said. I just want to appreciate the work that's been involved in getting us to this place, seeing it as a vision, but actually see the steps, tangible steps that are getting us there. And I just want to say, for this district, we are doing a lot of leading in some tough stuff. And we've been doing some tough stuff for a long time. So I want to appreciate all the efforts, all the perspectives of that leads us and gets us to that place where we really are having a district that can be proud of when our students leave here. They are fully prepared for whatever's coming next, into that next reiteration of their life. And so I want to, again, just acknowledge that hard work. And I wanted to say I've certainly impressed about the early care and education, how that's forefront, how that's very important and close to my heart with regards to that. And so how we can be better partners in that, understanding that the earlier we're there, then the much more proficient they'll be when they get to this system. And I also want to say I just recently took a trip, and I, for the first time, was really exposed to internationally in a way that I hadn't been before. And what it said to me, particularly about language, because many of the people who were on the ship that I went were from internationally around the world. And not only were they not always able to communicate in their native language to each other, because they were from many different places, but there was a common language of English. But the thing I wanted to say was, and also they have. And so that's what I was saying. With learning other languages or other perspectives, also we have an additional strength to that. So that was to bring this home to me, that really kept me in perspective. And also we know Spanish and we know French, and also we know that. And so the students that are coming here, they're also adding to the strength in the, the fortitude of this district. So I just want to reiterate the tough stuff that we're taking the leadership on. So additional comments or, okay. Thank you. All right, so we got some agenda management to do here. So we need to get back to our action agenda, and soon after the action agenda, we have a few items to get to that. We will go back then to our report discussion on the Advanced Learning and GATE program, just so where we are. So we'll take our first G1, Board Action on Student Discipline, Education Code 489118. Dr. Reed.
Yes, I move to approve Ed Code 48918, request postponement of administrative hearing panel for case number 201920-05.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved. Thank you. So next we'll go to G2, approval of the 2020-21 school calendar. Dr. Becchio.
All right, good evening, board members. You have before you the calendar for the 2021 school year. We did negotiate this calendar, and we think we have it all together with no mistakes whatsoever. Notable, it's really very similar to this year's calendar. The one exception is we did move a professional learning day from before school starts to March 1st, and so that really is the only change to this calendar. Does need your review and approval.
Any comments? Ms. Ford.
Could you just say a little bit about the decision to move the date? What's the rationale?
Yeah, so we actually have already a fall professional learning day, and so the idea was to actually move another professional learning day for in the spring, so that we could have our teacher teams be able to actually have some time to collaborate around the work that they're doing while they're doing the work. So for example, if there is student work to be examined. We don't really have that preschool in the pre-start of school days, and so that would be a day that could be used for a purpose such as that. So that's a way for us to gain another opportunity for teachers to come together and develop in the spring.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. Do I hear a motion to approve the 2021 school calendar?
So moved.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Vecchio, you're going to remain up there for the next item. Annual report of teacher assignments and approval of resolution number 2019-20-11, annual report of teacher assignments.
Right, thank you very much. So this is something that my office brings to you each year. What we do is we take a look through our master schedules and take a look at the credentialing that teachers have. And we identify the areas where our credentialed teachers are actually teaching maybe a section, 2 sections, or some content outside of their actual credential area. And so the ed codes that I provided you in the supporting documentation, those ed codes allow us to have those teachers actually teach those courses. However, it does require that it come before the board, that you are informed of who's teaching what. So we did put together a report for you to look at of who those teachers are, what they actually are teaching, for how many sections, for example, and then what their competencies are that allow this ed code to apply to them. In addition, you'll see a resolution in front of you. That's because a couple of the education codes that are listed in here do require a resolution to be approved on an action item by the board. We will, pending your approval, take all this information, send it to the CTC, and then get their approval for our teachers teaching what they are.
Any questions, comments from the board? Ms. Ford?
Thanks for this. I was just wondering if there's any effort, ongoing effort, perhaps, to have some of these teachers actually get the credential for the area that they're teaching in?
I think sometimes there are ongoing effort for that. In other words, the teacher may seek those actual credentials or those supplementary authorizations. There are some cases where we have expert teachers that have been teaching this subject for a long time, and they're just very good at it, and we just keep board ed coding, approving them. So in those cases, we don't see movement towards them getting a credential. I'm not sure. I do have my expert here, Ann Peak, the Director of Human Resources, so I'm not sure if you ever have anything to add, Ann, you can just come up to the mic. So, or you actually have a mic at your table. So in some cases, yes, and in some cases, I have seen that there is not movement in that area.
I guess what it sounds like you're saying, though, that would be teacher initiated, not district initiated.
That's correct. That's what I was referring to. Yes.
I'd also like to point out that a number of the people that are on that list might have like an intro credential to a certain subject area. Well, some of those intros only allow you to teach through 9th grade, and they might be teaching 10th, 11th, or 12th. And with that, they have to have so many units in the subject area in order to be able to teach it per the various ed codes.
Any additional comments or questions? Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We will send that to the CTC.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vecchio. Moving to G4, acceptance of Measure Q 2010, Measure R 2010, and Measures I 2016 and J 2016 Citizen Bond Oversight Committee annual reports for June 2019. Mr. Frank?
Well, good evening to all. It is past my bedtime, but I'll do the best that I can. And stop looking at your watch all the time. For the record, my name is Frank Stevens. I chair presently the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. As you recall, when I was here in June as the new chair of the committee, we closed the books on measures Q and R for 2016 and 2017. The information you've received now closes the books finally for measures Q and R for 2017 and 2018. The report you have indicated that we have successfully completed the projects almost in total. A few are still standing out there getting completed for measures Q and R. Tonight, I just want to make a few comments about measures I and J. The committee is now focusing on those single bond issues. We have completed many of the projects. Many of the projects are in progress and scheduled to be completed in the reasonable time. Others are still in planning, and you'll hear more about those in a future report from the committee. The measure I and J have been some challenges, as you're aware, but the committee has approved and looked very carefully at each of these bond issues as they've been presented. The committee members have asked a number of questions and have had healthy discussion when there's been questions. One of the major projects, which I spoke to you before as a citizen, is still in limbo, and I want to just briefly make a few comments on that. The Santa Barbara High School Stadium project, which has been of major interest to our committee, was reported should be completed in November. The committee questioned this at our last meeting because of some new apparent developments that have come up. And I'd like to just let you be aware, in the spirit of transparency, that it does not look like November will be the completion date for two reasons. One, an elevator has to be installed in the stadium. The purchase of the elevator is not a major project, but working with the state of California to get an inspector down here to approve that elevator is a major issue. We've been informed that it may not be till December that the state can make somebody available. The project cannot be completed, the stadium part, until that elevator has been approved. The second issue that we're confronting is a contractor issue. There are 4 projects: the stadium, the landscaping, the track, and the field. 4 different contractors are working on these projects. And as you can appreciate, they have to cooperate with each other. They have to do their scheduling, and this is causing some trials and tribulations for the facility people here, trying to get these contractors to work cooperatively together. We know it will be completed. As the superintendent has said in the paper, it will be an outstanding facility, and we still want to see Santa Barbara High School offer their graduation at the stadium for the first time in 3 years, and that will be a real accomplishment. And with that, all I can say is stay tuned, and we'll get more information back to you as it becomes available, both to the district personnel and to the committee. If there's any questions or comments, we can take it from there.
Dr. Reed?
I just want to thank you for staying up past your bedtime, but also for your commitment to all of these committees. You have just done so much, and I just want to acknowledge all the work that you do for the district. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Well, I have enjoyed tonight's comments from the public and the presentations. Takes me back to a number of years in education, obviously. And as I look at those things, my philosophy was always the KISS philosophy. Keep it simple, stupid. And this is very difficult for me to follow in many ways. But as I looked at this, The two things that I keep coming back to in my own way of thinking, and thank you for your comments. What is the assessment tool for any program or project that's going to come in? Because that'll prove the value or the worth of it. And second, be sure that as a district, when these programs come in, they are very valuable, very worthwhile, but always keep in mind there have to be safety nets for the students that are involved. Because we are seeing more and more students indicating they're stressed, they have more wants than needs in their way of living. And it's important that the district consider the health of the students as they project these new programs. And thank you for the comment.
Thank you. Ms. Ford.
I want to thank you for your hard work, and I meant to tell you the last time you were here that I just so appreciate your transparency and your honesty and your humility in the fact that you actually apologized for some of the turns of events that we have seen. All those are really admirable traits, and so thank you.
Well, thank you. And as I said that evening, I've always considered an apology is not a sign of weakness, but a sign of recognition that something hasn't been done that needs to be done properly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Miss-
I'm
Miss-
going home and
Okay,
stop it.
we have one more comment, Ms. Munoz.
Uh-oh.
You're so popular, you gotta stay there. We gotta appreciate your time here.
I'll do my best.
Just real quick, I just appreciate your dedication and your wisdom. Thank you for what you do for the school district.
Oh, thank you. It's been my pleasure over the years. Many years. Too many years, maybe. I don't know. Thank you again.
Okay, awesome. We're gonna do our part. So do I hear a motion to accept the measures, for the annual reports for the measures Q10, R210, I16, and J 2016?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, moving to G5, approval of First Amendment for service between County of Santa Barbara and Santa Barbara Unified School District for School Resource Deputy at San Marcos High. Dr. Wagner.
Good evening, Superintendent, President of the Board, board members. Bring to you tonight our First Amendment to our agreement for service with Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department. In the spring of 2018, we contracted with the Sheriff's Department to provide a full-time deputy to serve San Marcos High School. We had hoped to bring this forward a little bit sooner, and I do want to let you all know that there has been no break in service as we have negotiated some additions or amendments to our agreement. Deputy Hunter has continued there during this time. But the big change here is the SRD guidelines, School Resource Deputy Guidelines. It was important to the school district that that there be very clear delineation between the roles of school administrators and staff and that of the deputy. And therefore, we researched best practices through the National Association of School Resource Officers, and those guidelines were included in what's presented here. Most important is that we want the resource deputy to be a part of the campus, to walk around, to positively interact with students, but also that there, again, this delineation between the role of the administrator and the deputy, that deputies are there to enforce penal code and the laws and keep safety, and that school administrators are there to respond to student behaviors through disciplinary means if necessary. And so that's been laid out here. I think at this point I'll go ahead and take any comments or questions that you have in regards to this amendment.
Ms. Ford.
Thanks. I was just wondering, the amount of $214,000 plus sounds like it would be more than the salary. So is something else included in that?
We pay the entire salary, so it's a 12-month salary, and the deputy does stay, works throughout the year, serves during summer school, and et cetera. But that is the salary and benefits for
Okay.
that deputy, yes.
Thanks.
And in my experience, typically they also include the cost of the vehicle as part of that contract.
Any other comments or questions? Dr. Reed?
Yes, with regards to any sort of training for the officer with regards to the work that we do, I wondered what was going on in that respect.
I know that Deputy Hunter did attend one of the sessions of implicit bias that we give throughout the year, and so he attended that. He's also been a participant in some of our task force. That isn't a training, but he was involved in that. But he did go through the implicit bias training.
And that's the case with our other officers on our other campuses?
I know that the SRD at Dos Pueblos did. I am not sure about the police officer that serves the city.
Okay.
Santa Barbara PD has been doing their own
Right, that's
training around implicit bias, so I think we can count that as part of the work for Santa Barbara school resource officers.
Okay,
That's
thank
a good
you.
point. Yes, they have been very, doing a lot of deep work in that area.
Well, I know that we talked about this quite extensively, a year ago, and so I know that there's been a lot of work to ensure that we have someone of the highest quality who has, understanding of the work that we do around implicit bias and such. I'm glad that we're still keeping that as the forefront of what we need them to be knowledgeable around.
Yeah, we're monitoring, we're in regular communication. Law enforcement and education, they're different animals. And so we do regular check-ins. I've met with the lieutenants and the commanders at the Sheriff's Department. Usually I meet a couple times a year. That's how I first met Kelly Moore, was when he was in that role. And then likewise in the police department, so that we have open communication, and anytime there's an issue that comes up, we do communicate freely and work through it.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to share something with the board. The PD actually contracts with Just Communities to do the work the city police department does. I'll share, because people are probably wondering how I know that. I've been a reserve police officer for 22 years with the city. Yeah.
Thank you. Additional comments? I just had one point, just a clarification. So are you saying the SRD guidelines, is that for further clarification of expectations of this position, or?
Yes.
Okay.
So those, the SRD guidelines did not exist previously, and we have put those in place.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, thank you, Dr. Wagner. So do I hear approval of the First Amendment?
So moved.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. I think you're here for the next item as well. Approve of Resolution 2019-20-10 in supporting tobacco-free and vaping-free schools and community.
So I am aware that this is a topic that you've asked for, and this is not the presentation. The presentation is coming in 2 weeks, where I want to unpack for you more extensively what we are doing, what we are seeing in our district in regards to vaping, and then what we are doing in that regards. But in the meantime, because of the public health crisis that we have in our nation in regards to vaping, I felt it urgent to bring forward this resolution to the board. We do have, according to the California Healthy Kids Survey of students grades 7 through 12, 20% of our students have tried vaping. Over 50% students in that age group say that it's easy or very easy to procure vaping paraphernalia. We've seen our response to behavior and our discipline and our suspensions increase by more than 30% for vaping-related incidences over this same time last year. And we've seen an increase in suspensions overall in the last 2 years as a result of vaping. So I bring this resolution to you because nicotine is a highly addictive drug that alters adolescent brain development. Marketing by the tobacco industry in producing over 7,000 different fruit and candy flavored vape products are marketing directly to children as young as 9 and 10 years old. The toxins and carcinogens and so forth that are in these materials are especially dangerous to children and adolescents. And we know that the earlier someone begins using tobacco or nicotine products, the harder it will be for them to stop. I'm going to read some more statistics. 62% of our 11th graders say it's very easy to get vaping devices. 6% of even our 7th graders, 12 and 13 years old, have used a vape. So I believe that it takes a community-wide commitment. I asked the board that we call on our entire community of Santa Barbara to join in and support in ensuring student health by refraining from the marketing and sales of tobacco, flavored tobacco, and vaping products to young people throughout our city and county, and that we should strongly support any and all civic, social service, and government agencies in their legislative efforts and campaigns to protect the health of our youth. And I will take your questions or comments.
Ms. Ford, I know you said earlier you had some information.
I do. I do think it's really important that we support this resolution and also that we as board members take a very strong role in helping this be addressed in our city. Some of the things that I learned that were really helpful at the meeting of the executive committee was that, one, we shouldn't really call this vaping. It's not really a vape, a vapor. It is actually better to think of it as aerosoling, as if you're spraying paint or hairspray into your lungs and your mouth, and that it would be, it helps you really get a better picture of how damaging that is. Also, the fact that I had always thought that in a sort of a positive way about social media influencers, but in fact, all of these companies pay these influencers to talk up and obviously make vaping very cool. I was also amazed to know that 20 million Juuls are sold per month, and gives you some sense for the extent of the problem. And also happy to hear that there are some really good developments in electronic vaping detectors that some school districts are now trying out. Yes. I support this resolution 100%.
Thank you, Ms. Ford.
Dr. Reed?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for pushing it as fast as you have. And we'll get the report later, but I totally support as well. And thank you for that information, Ms. Ford. I think the more, every day something new is revealed. So thank you for being proactive.
Yes, it's always something new. The last week I saw they're vaping hoodies now that the string is actually, you put in your, did you hear that, Sam? We have one of our deans in the audience today who has confiscated many vaping devices over the last few years, and we're always having to stay on top of it.
Yeah. Any comments, Ms. Munoz?
No,
Okay.
I mean, it has my full support. I mean, my day job is in the healthcare and seeing problems with, young people with lung issues, and with the vaping making it worse, the anxiety, and they already have asthma and so forth. So we're trying to get a more healthful society, not the other way. And of course, the barrier with school, with interfering with schoolwork. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Of course. And we do have, I forgot to mention that we do have a forum at Washington Elementary School on the 29th of October from 6:30 to 7:30. And we're being very purposeful with holding it at an elementary school first, because that's where we need to focus our prevention efforts.
I too strongly support this. Whatever you need for us to do to market, would be out there being the messenger and the ambassador for making sure that our students are, are healthy and safe as well. So,
Thank you.
With that, do I have approval of the resolution for 2019-20-10?
So approved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Dr. Wagner.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're getting back to our last item, but we're going to need to take a quick, really strict 5-minute break. And then we'll be right back. It's going to be strict 5 minutes. I promise you. You'll be talking. I'll be calling you back. Okay, we're going to be looking at our last item of the evening. I'm going to call us back to order. Thank you. Thank you. So we will now go to H2, discussion of Santa Barbara Unified School District Elementary Advanced Learning and GATE Program. Dr. Ramirez, but we do have some public comments prior to your presentation. So, Dr. Reed.
Yes, we do. So we'll start with the first three. Michael Romero-Ruco. All right. You can correct me. Thank you. Tabiana Fechner and Doug Fisher will be our first three.
Good evening. Nice to see the school board members here again. Just wish it was on a different topic here. I'm the parent of a 4th grade GATE magnet student over at Washington. I also have a 1st grade daughter at Washington, and I'm here to advocate for the continuation of the magnet program. I've seen what it's done for our child. I've seen what it's done for his peers, and again, just looking to make sure that we push this opportunity forward. What I've come to learn in my 9 years of parenting Chase is that GATE kids are special needs children. They need special attention. They need special attention at home. They need special attention in the school. And the magnet program has just been a really sort of a transformative opportunity for him to really grow in the public school system. It wasn't always that way, though. When Chase started school, he really struggled. He struggled all the way up until he got into the 3rd grade class. We found in 2nd grade that he was so bored that he would end up cutting his pants. He would spend his time sharpening pencils all day long until they were down to nubs. And he begged us to allow him to bring books and workbooks and everything else to school to keep him occupied. And the teacher tried. But again, there's 25 other students. It's a very diverse class. There's a spectrum of needs, and unfortunately, his was not being met. When he moved into the GATE program in 3rd grade with Miss Yarnell, he really started to flourish. And then this year with Miss Grosh, he just continues to grow. I've been able to spend time in the classroom. I've been able to volunteer. And the GATE Magnet program, the classroom itself is just an amazing dynamic that the teachers are able to create a very unique learning opportunity for children who have these special needs. Another sort of the last point is I work and am friends with a number of people who've sent their kids through the Washington Magnet program over the years. These are individuals who have children who are grown and moved on through adulthood, and every single one of them, when I sort of told the story of what happened in the spring and how the school board or the district was looking to shut down that program and move it to the cluster model, every single one of them volunteered to come back and speak on behalf of the GATE Magnet program because it was such a powerful impact in their child's life. Unfortunately, I only found out about this late this afternoon.
30 seconds.
Wasn't able to rally the troops, but just wanted to share that. The GATE Magnet program, in my opinion, is the crown jewel of our public school system, and it provides kids a level of service, to these special needs children, typically only available through private schools. So I'm asking the school board to take the lead, ensuring all of the Santa Barbara Unified GATE identified children get the opportunity to move through the Magnet program and continue to grow the program rather than try and constrict it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for listening us tonight. My name is Tatiana Fankner, and I have 3 daughters currently enrolled in Santa Barbara School District in different schools. So it's late, and I will try to be very brief. So 3 of my daughters were accepted into the GATE program, and 2 of them went through. Unfortunately, only 2, because the 3rd one was not lucky enough to get a spot through lottery. So as soon as I've heard about Santa Barbara School intention to close the GATE program on the basis of being elitist, it brought back bad memories. I was born and raised in the Soviet Union. So, as you might know, there are certain social groups in my country were labeled as elitist, therefore useless, and basically for public and state. And so history has told us where this type of governance basically could bring us. And so I would like to encourage Santa Barbara School Board and Santa Barbara School District to make every child elitist in Santa Barbara and make the best educational programs available to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doug Fisher. I read the board report that was posted that Dr. Ramirez is going to present shortly. I really appreciate Dr. Ramirez's efforts to offer some information on the district's vision of the cluster model that the district began discussing without any details this spring, and began discussing as the sole alternative for GATE education in the district. So I really appreciate that some information is coming out on that. I also really appreciate the idea of increasing teacher professional development across the district to address the special needs of GATE-identified students. I think that's an excellent idea. I also appreciate that there's an ongoing need for professional development in a whole bunch of areas across the district with all of the teachers that we're hiring every year. I mean, there's a lot, and that resources are very limited in this district, and there are a lot of competing demands. And I would submit that the magnet program at Washington does not require a whole lot of extra resources. You've got 4 teachers handling students in a regular classroom that would be occupied otherwise. They happen to be 4 highly skilled teachers handling those students in those classrooms. My son Jasper's in 5th grade. He started at Monroe. It's a great school. It's a fantastic school with great teachers, great sense of community there. We were dismayed in 2nd grade watching him really start to become disengaged, to get bored in class, have some behavioral issues coming up. I was in the classroom every week doing what I could to offer differentiated instruction, pulling out kids for different math groups and stuff like that. And his teacher was fantastic. I take my hat off to her. She's doing a great job. But with the diverse mix of students in the classroom, she was not able to meet his needs. But it was with real regret that we moved over to Washington to try to get into a classroom that could meet his needs and try to reverse the disengagement that we saw happening. And he's thrived at Washington. It's been fantastic in the magnet program for him. Here's the thing. The district's efforts to date to provide differentiated instruction in a standard classroom have not been successful. And I would support that.
30 seconds.
By just noting how oversubscribed the magnet program is for GATE students at Washington right now. You've got a whole lot of families who are willing to leave all of their established relationships behind, leave all their kids' friends, start a new school, because it's just not working in the standard classroom for their kids. So if the program is really successful under the new expanded professional development, then parents will stop voting with their feet and the program can die organically. Thank you.
All right, our next three are James Fechner, Lori Dahl, and Dr. Enes Casillas.
Hi. Thank you for staying here past a lot of other bedtimes. I would like to ask, this is the second time that GATE has come up within the last 12 months. Can we hold this as a first item in the agenda? I remember my wife spoke earlier. We have 3 daughters. This is about the time we would tuck them to bed. And I think other parents would also like to do that. 6 months ago, we tried to kill GATE with a sledgehammer. Now it looks like we're trying to kill it with a scalpel. We're going to redefine it as elitist. That's what we've seen in some emails about this. It is a wonderful program. I mean, my real concern with the district is we talk a lot about implicit bias, but the explicit bias of a school district which allows kids in Cleveland, in McKinley, to not reach California state proficiency levels, it's a crime. Honestly, it's a crime. And I really don't understand why that isn't the fundamental focus of this district. There's 6,000 kids that didn't make it in terms of the proficiency. These GATE kids, I mean, these teachers are wonderful. They're fantastic. These GATE kids tend to get up there. Let's work on the folks that are having difficulties. Let's put all our resources there. Only 2% of those LCAP funds go to early childhood education, right? We know that's important. We have got to start getting our elementary schools correct and stop attacking GATE. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a wonderful program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. My name's Lori Dahl. I'm the parent of a 3rd grader who's currently enrolled in the GATE magnet classroom at Washington. I think what all the GATE parents are doing tonight is continuing the theme of the night that we saw earlier with parent movement and parents pushing for necessary services for their students. And in that vein, we come before the board again, twice in 6 months, asking you not to allow Dr. Ramirez and the administration to dismantle the GATE magnet classrooms. I'd like to remind the board that GATE children are children that classify as special needs. Santa Barbara Unified's website defining the GATE program clearly states, quote, "Gifted and talented education programs are designed to serve students who have special needs that might not be met in a regular educational setting," end quote. Given that a primary goal of special education is to meet and effectively fulfill the needs of all children, including those with various types of special needs, removing the GATE magnet classroom is a disservice to the special needs children that Santa Barbara Unified is pledged to serve. Last year, this board harshly criticized Dr. Ramirez for attempting to eliminate the GATE program, and specifically the magnet classroom, without any research. The board demanded that he return with research if he intended to propose eliminating the program. Dr. Ramirez, I've seen the slide deck, by the way, read the presentation. Dr. Ramirez has not returned with conclusive research on a more effective GATE model than the district's current magnet classroom model. Rather, he has returned with an experimental study, an opportunity for Santa Barbara GATE students to be guinea pigs in the Project Reach Each model that has not yet been proven to work. While the board could consider trying the Project Reach Each model in addition to the GATE magnet classroom, there is no compelling reason to abolish the GATE magnet class model until we have determined that some other model is more effective for our special needs students. In addition, I would like to remind the board that the GATE test already includes special scoring criteria for students who are identified as English language learners or emerging multilinguals. This special criteria allows English language learners to score substantially lower on the GATE test than all other students and still qualify for the GATE classroom, helping to ensure equity among all students taking the GATE test.
30 seconds.
Finally, I would like to remind the board that we, the GATE parents of GATE students who can't come and advocate for themselves because they're in 3rd grade, are the constituency that this school district is serving. We are the parents of GATE-identified children who have participated in the GATE program and can attest to the effectiveness of the magnet classroom model in meeting our children's special needs. Last spring, we heard countless parents, teachers, and even students come and attest to the board to the effectiveness of the program. The consensus of our constituency is clear. Expand the GATE magnet classroom model. Please do not eliminate it.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, President and members of the board. My name is Dolores Inez Casillas. I'm a professor at UC Santa Barbara. I'm engaged in research and teaching dealing with language, culture, media, and education. I'm a proud product of public education from Head Start all the way to my public fellowship at Michigan. I have my 2 kids enrolled in Adelante, a local Title I school. My older son carries a reclassified English language learner designation. I read in The Independent 6 months ago, what sounded or read like a bit of a public uproar over Dr. Ramirez's very modest and tentative proposal about GATE. And I regretted then not showing up to stress the need that this is a very opportune time to have a real discussion about the district's commitment, how it defines GATE, and how it is offered. I'm here to voice my support of Dr. Ramirez's and the district's, hopefully, very early discussions on reimagining GATE within our school district. In fact, the term used within education research is actually not to reimagine, and it's not even to redistribute, it's actually dismantle. There is a national call to dismantle GATE as we know it, to try to imagine it so much more different. I'm here tonight to encourage people to Google just 3 terms: GATE, education research, and students of color. And on behalf of working parents who have a shift tonight, or those who don't feel comfortable enough speaking publicly at a meeting that operates largely in English, I believe GATE programs, proven already to be overwhelmingly full with middle to upper class families, do not offer enough opportunities to income eligible students who often are also students of color and English language learners. The same week that you guys had that meeting 6 weeks ago, a national publication in The Atlantic by Dr. Pirtle, a sociologist from UC Merced, received national acclaim for arguing that, quote, the public focuses its attention on divides between schools, while tracking has created separate and unequal education systems within single schools, unquote. I'm here to advocate and to plead to have a district conversation that we need to be much more inclusive, that we need to invest resources in GATE-like or GATE-ish opportunities for all, and that we need to not locate
30 seconds.
GATE within one school, and we need to be much more generous about redefining and having a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 3 are Heath Stewart, Edward Dannemiller, and Sheridan Rosenberg.
Okay, first I really want to, I think our society doesn't thank educators enough, and I see so many of our educators and administrators here today. It's really important what you guys do. Thank you. I think we need to remember that GATE does serve identified special needs learners, and that has always been the premise of the GATE program. I think when we consider this presentation, and I'm going to briefly look over it here as I talk, we need to look through some of these graphs that you're going to see here are intended to be rather jarring. And they're going to show, for example, that Washington has an outsized number of students testing into the GATE program. So is that jarring, or does that just serve to demonstrate the wild success of the magnet program, and its popularity actually draws people to that school a priori? You will also see that people from different backgrounds are not entering into the GATE program at the same levels. Let's address that. The graph will show you that the program is extremely successful and could be possibly reimagined, not by cutting back on the magnet program, but placing the magnet program in other schools with equal access. It's a valuable program. I further, as I recall, the board asked Dr. Ramirez to come with quantitative data on the relative efficacy of the cluster program versus the magnet program. I do not find any of that data here. In fact, there's a section titled Research, which contains no actual research that I can find. It merely describes the characteristics of GATE programs. When I look at the project reach, I think there's a lot of really great things there. For example, it states that differentiated reading programs can be very successful. Reading is intrinsically differentiated. So that I find that just to be kind of a statement of fact, but it's something that we should carry forward. It also states that there are many different ways to be gifted. That is absolutely true. There are many different ways to be gifted. But the last thing we want to do here is be like some kind of sad, misguided Robin Hood, where we take a good program from the GATE-identified students and we give out exactly to everyone else nothing.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Ed Dannemiller, and my wife and I have an 8-year-old enrolled at the magnet program at Washington. Last meeting, I spoke about being proud of the city, about the characteristics that it possesses, which is planning and research. And it seemed apparent to me that Dr. Ramirez in the last meeting didn't really possess those two characteristics. So board members, I graciously ask you to view his second attempt through a tougher lens. Dr. Ramirez apologized with his delivery last meeting, and it seems like some of the same tactics are being employed again. We found out about this meeting through back channels just on Sunday night, and I know there's a lot of parents who could not make it tonight because of this timeline. Our kids deserve better leadership with planning and research, and that is what makes Santa Barbara the city that we all love. And I have a picture of the 27 kids that I took today on pickup, and if anybody wants to see it, let me know. And I think you can, if somehow it gets spun that it's a homogeneous environment, I think if you see the picture, you'll realize that's not the case. Thank you, board members.
Thank you. Sheridan Rosenberg. And the last two after her are Brian Campbell and Shannon Schroeder.
Hi, thank you. I first want to start with, I just want to mention the mission statement. It's more like a bumper sticker. It's not much of a mission statement. And, you aren't responsible for the world. You're just responsible for this really small school district, and it's not going so well. I mean, a lot of kids can't read, can't do math. So this is something that goes really well. This works. And I wanted to address a comment that you made about GATE the last time about the cluster model being kind of a nightmare, that you were a teacher for years and you'd had cluster classrooms. And I was reading over this proposal, this result, and you know what really struck me? This research is being done out of the Rossier School. You graduated from the Rossier School. Dave Cash is an administrator at the Rossier School at USC, and didn't he appoint you to this position? I mean, isn't this inherently a conflict of interest? Initially, I would agree. You took a sledgehammer to GATE. What if we just said, okay, let's just start over? Because this, obviously, in my opinion, would most likely be biased. Let's engage the families who are at GATE, who are real stakeholders, to participate in crafting an expanded version of GATE that is the magnet model. Each and every person who gets up here said it works. It does work. Wouldn't it be wonderful? And if it was more inclusive, what if GATE was literally a gate where anyone who wanted to be a part of the GATE program could at their own school, in their own magnet classroom? And if they didn't do as well on the entry exam, they had many, many more opportunities to work with someone with tutoring to be able to sort of reach that goal, to usher them in on their own campuses in their own neighborhoods. So I would really love for all of us to think about it differently, but I don't think this is a good idea on its face, this particular research out of Rossier. And I think that we should start over and be a little more honest about our perspectives on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I want to say thank you very much. I'm from a family of educators. My father, my sisters, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing. 6 months ago, I asked Mr. Ramirez if GATE program was a failure. If it's a failure, cancel it. He said, no, it's a successful program. I said, well, then why are you going to can a successful program? And in fact, enough students test into the GATE program every single year, you could have 3 dedicated GATE magnet classes at each of the different schools. So again, why are you going to cancel a program that's successful? It doesn't make any sense to me. So Mr. Ramirez said that, well, people feel bad because they're excluded from the GATE magnet program. They're excluded from GATE. I said, okay, well, on that theory, if people feel excluded, let's get rid of sports. Not everybody can be on a football team. Let's get rid of theater. Not everybody can make the lead role. Let's get rid of wood shop at the junior high school because not everybody gets into that one. So let's eliminate everything unless everything is all inclusive. And again, this is a successful program that you could have 3 classes in all the different schools throughout the entire district. And to be quite honest with you, I am sharing the concerns of everybody else. I have more of a concern that half of our students can't read or do math at grade level. I mean, that's a serious deficiency. Half of our school can't do that? That's a travesty. We're not doing any favors to our children. And I love the bilingual. I think it's a great idea to be bilingual. I love my kids to be bilingual. But the reality is that going to help the Hispanic community, the 92% that speak Spanish, to elevate their English and math skills to get them to grade level? Or is it a crutch for them? Let's just take a look at actually educating our children and really, truly preparing them for the world. Because in the world, a lot more goes on than what goes on in this little town of Santa Barbara. As beautiful and as great as this town is, we really need to help prepare them. Keep successful programs, expand successful programs, can failures. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shannon Schroeder. When we last left the GATE discussion, it was with hope that future discussions would include stakeholder input. And in fact, the overwhelming consensus at our last meeting in April was that the GATE program be expanded and not dismantled. It's kind of unclear to me what this proposal is, so I'm not sure. I did read through it. And it's unclear what the next steps are with GATE, since this is just an exploratory discussion, it seems like, and with Project REACH. But it appears that Project REACH is intended to replace the current GATE program. There's no mention of exploring other alternatives, which we were tasked with back in April, and including stakeholder input. Project REACH is an untested program in which our elementary students would take part in to lend data to an experimental approach to literacy. Literacy and literacy only is mentioned in this report. There's no mention of math, science, or social studies in Project REACH at all. It talks about literacy, so I'm curious, and I'd ask the district how we plan to address those other subject areas, unless it's just a pilot thing. Again, it's unclear, kind of speaking before we hear his full articulated ideas. That's what I took from it. I think that I would echo the sentiments of most every parent when I say that I want my children to love school and I want them to be challenged appropriately. I have one GATE-identified child and one who is only in first grade and hasn't been tested yet. Whether she's GATE or not GATE, I want her to have an enriching school experience. I'm open to any and all discussions about differentiating to reach all students because truly GATE has been a great experience so far. She's only in third grade, but we're loving it. I think I like the differentiation. She feels challenged. And it seems really similar to my school experience. And it seems like we have such this disparity in the classrooms that kids don't get to experience all of that. And everyone should get to experience it. If you don't test into GATE, all of those things should be available to all students. So if my first grader doesn't test in, I want her to have all of these opportunities as well. I really appreciated the presentation earlier about the multilingual program. She mentioned that there's a phase 1, a phase 2, a phase
30
3.
seconds.
She has stakeholders. There's all these people that are being involved. There's a 2020 or 2030 mission statement. This is where we're headed. I don't really see that. I would just love to be involved and see more stakeholder input and a more comprehensive approach that has evidence base that involves people before we even talk about what this is. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends public comment.
Dr. Ramirez.
Good evening, Board. I'd actually like to welcome Ms. Sierra Lockridge and Ms. Sandy Rock. No, thank you. So I think we have it. Well, good evening, Board. Thank you for the opportunity to present once again. Just the opening comments, opening thoughts. I wanted to just be very clear that this is only a board report. There is no language anywhere that suggests a program change or program remodel. So let me go ahead and allay those concerns. What you will find around a field of research, it is true that the Rossier School of Education is where I graduated twice over. As the son of two immigrant parents who picked crops for this state, I'm very proud of having done so. So USC is my alma mater, and Dr. Kaplan happens to be very well known as a researcher and happens to also teach at an elite university. Those are happenstance. So I just want to make sure that I set the record clear on that. Beyond that, what you have here is precisely that opportunity for discussion. And what we intend to do here is just present a broad overview of where our program currently stands, where who are our GATE-identified students, and some potential avenues that have presented themselves as a way to continue to develop our efficacy, our understanding, and just contribute. So I hope it's with that the public hears this. I hope that it's with that spirit that the board receives this report, and I'm looking forward to having a thoughtful and engaging conversation therein. So just our broad aims for this particular report, again, is to provide an overview, to give you a GATE by the numbers, and that's a way of looking at the representation of our students. I will get into why the demographic information is presented as such when we arrive at that point. Talk a little bit about our current identification or a methodology to identifying our students, and the program models that are currently in place within our schools. We also wanted to provide an overview of some of the research and, as was mentioned earlier, an opportunity to discuss a potential avenue, which, by the way, we haven't even put forward for board action anywhere else in our agenda. And something that we're particularly proud of, which is us really reclaiming and something that has been in the works for quite some time, that Ms. Lockridge and Dr. Ann Roundy Harder, who is our Director of Secondary Education, along with Ms. Sandy Robertson, have been working on in partnership with UCSB, which we find to be a very exciting opportunity for us to really develop, continue to develop competencies, continue to develop our talents from the staff teaching perspective. So with that, just an overriding philosophy. It really is intended to be very inclusive, to identify advanced learning or advanced learning program, which by the way extends into secondary education, although that won't be the exact focus of this conversation. Just to couch what vehicles we have and manners we have to be able to continue to promote and support students who demonstrate exceptional intellectual ability. The idea of differentiated instruction is one that it is very difficult to accomplish. There's no doubt about that, which is why we've been tending to it, not just within our GATE initiative or GATE program, but really throughout. Not easy. There are challenges, but it is something that we continue to make as a focal point for our instructional program. And with that, wanted to just turn to some of the goals of GATE instruction, which are to, again, increase critical thought and problem solving, to promote social emotional well-being. We know, just like all of our other students, that there are specific needs that our subset of students has. Stimulate creativity, motivation, so on and so forth, but also address the needs of a diverse population, not just intellectually, but culturally, linguistically, and everything therein. So in our current status, we start to get into some analysis of our GATE identified students. The narrative actually has a lot more details and has the data displayed differently, more quantitatively. This is more visual. So I'll be toggling back and forth between the two. The reason that we identified, or you'll see there, markers of 3 through 6 is because we, for years now, have engaged in the practice of providing a universal screener in second grade. So effectively, this is our students who are currently 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th graders across the district. In this particular graph, it's broken down by school. Where you see the light blue bar, those are students who have been GATE identified. And where you see the blue bar, it indicates not having been identified, based on the total population in grades 3 through 6. So as you see, and this is in alphabetical order, Adams, Cleveland, Franklin, Harding, so on and so forth. You see the numbers, and the narrative has the exact numbers, except for where there is where there are numbers that either do not exist, where there happens to be no student identified, or numbers in the single digits, which we consider in our district to be potentially identifying information. So that's why you will see an asterisk or no representation there at all. Another thing to mention when it comes to the demographics, well, I'll save that comment for a bit later. So in this case, you just see the distribution of our students in grades 3, 4, 5, and 6 throughout our schools, with just representation being very varied across our schools. This is a look of GATE-identified students based on what's considered low income, socioeconomically disadvantaged. Now this is the way that this graph displays, it's relative to its own group. So this is of students in that school, as an example, of a total number of students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, what percentage of those students are GATE-identified. So you see the distribution there again from left to right, Adams through Washington, and you see wherever there is, again, no bar represented. Again, it's either because there are literally no students that are a part of that group, or they exist in single digits. This is a breakdown now linguistically, according to our multilingual students. Again here, it's a self-contained group with 2 points of comparison. Those students that are within that group that are and are not get identified. So again, just trying to provide different looks demographically at student groups that we just as a common practice, tend to disaggregate data around. Okay. So I will, and then lastly, is identification by subgroup based on ethnicity. So let me represent one thing, which is captured here. In all of the other representations, you have a pretty broad array. Although we have two dominant cultural groups, we see a pretty wide distribution of students from all types of different backgrounds. And even in the multilingual group, this could be students speaking not just Spanish, but French or German or any other world language. In this particular one, the reason that it's delineated between our two groups that are largest represented or most represented within our schools just happens to be because the other groups either, again, did not have numbers that exceeded single digits or did in terms of representation, or did not have students that identified whatsoever. And so I want to make sure that that point of clarification exists. So here, as you look at our Latinx students, you see the blue bar. Those are the students, the light blue bar, that indicate students that have already been identified by our identification protocols as gifted, as GATE. The blue bar is students of that same cohort that are not, followed by the, I guess it would be tan bar being white identified students, and those in the more yellow or mustard color, those that have not been identified. So this is just a broad overview, a broad look at what our student composition is relative to. One thing that I will point out, that I would just point out for the board and for the public, is that in our board narrative, in the table, in the far right column, we actually have the identification rate, which I think is an important conversation to have. So I will couch my comments as saying, you know, I heard a comment earlier that indicated that these graphs were placed as such in order to be jarring. I don't know that the bars need to be that way in order for this to be jarring. I think that the numbers really speak for themselves, particularly when we talk about our identification rate. Although we have effectively the same number of students identified overall between our two dominant subgroups, the number of Latinx students, for example, across the district is 116 in grades 3, 4, 5, and 6. And the number of non-identified students is 1,546, which leads to some simple mathematics, and it's approximately a 7% identification rate, which is also consistent with many of our other groups. So I will pause there, because in a moment I'd like to be able to turn it over to Ms. Lockridge and be able to just field any questions or comments from our board.
Any comments or questions from the board? Ms. Ford?
Thanks. Let's see. So you kind of described this as a report of the sort of the state of the state. Would you say that's what this is?
The overall report, yes.
Okay. So this would maybe just be the first step, because I think that what I was very excited about 6 months ago was this idea that there would be possibly a stakeholder group, possibly some sort of task force, some sort of study group, all kinds of things like that. Not clear to me that any of that happened for this report, and I'd love to put in a plea that something like that happens. We have a lot of people who want to be heard, and maybe in a longer, kind of more intensive way. I also noticed that you referred to advanced learning program, and I never saw that term in this district before. So are you going to start calling this advanced learning program and get rid of the title gifted and talented? Because on that one, I think it's on the philosophy page, you use both terms. So I'd love for you to clarify what you mean by advanced learning program.
I will start with that question specifically. That actually is not a term that I coined. It actually was in our nomenclature, even prior to. I don't know its evolution, whether it stemmed from the secondary or the elementary, but it's pretty common as far as talking about GATE and advanced learning. So I can't tell you any more of the history behind that at this point, but it's something that I wanted to represent in keeping with other documents that have been historical in nature. But effectively here, what we're talking about is GATE identified students, not advanced learning more broadly, which has, maybe it resonates just a little differently in the secondary space than it does so in the elementary at this current time. Going back to your original question, right now at this point, we haven't engaged in anything that way, and I will share with you a part of the reason why. And I will refer back to our prior conversation where when we talk about our programming and when we talk about disproportionality of this type, we really need to invite a much broader conversation. And I think that's effectively what we've been inviting by way of our comprehensive pathways. This was one of the very things that was discussed and brought to the attention of that stakeholder group. So as we talk about any one particular model or programming, I think it's important to couch it in a broader cultural perspective. Now, I suspect that there will be an opportunity to talk very deliberately about this, much in the same way that Mrs. Larios Horton represented the dual language strand within a broader comprehensive pathway. But again, because we are not looking at any program change right now, again, I want to circle back and reiterate that point. We are not looking at a remodel. We're not looking at making any changes. This is basically to bring attention to where we are currently. And I led with the demographics because last time around, we didn't have a look at who our students were and who was being identified in what numbers and in what categories of our students. So at this point, it will be an opportunity just to orient ourselves publicly and as a district around what may come next. And I would offer up that some of that more seminal, cultural, foundational work is being laid by our community partners and stakeholder groups specifically when it comes to our comprehensive plan for multilingual pathways. And that could be a launching point to a better informed, more constructive, cohesive conversation when we talk about how we identify giftedness, what is giftedness, and how we attempt to quantify it in a way that would make it actionable.
Okay, I'm not sure I agree with you. I think that it's a very specific group of students. It is a specific curriculum. And I think that the data is very jarring because it seems to me that it's very clear that we need to increase the representation of underrepresented populations in GATE and possibly think about different, more interesting best practices on identification and really consider, do we need to expand rather than contract? And I know you haven't gotten to these slides yet, but really what's involved in this cluster model where you see these schools that have the cluster model and have hardly any identified kids. So I see lots of red flags here that I think lots of people would like to talk about very specifically rather than in sort of possibly what you're referring to as this broader cultural context. I'd really like to talk about what we're doing for kids who are gifted and talented. The other thing I wanted to point out to the board is that, who may not know this, is that there is no separate GATE funding anymore from the state. And it used to be a nice little package of funds that we could say, these are the funds for GATE and this is what we're doing for GATE. But it is included in the LCAP. And so this only, to me, is also just sort of a beacon for us to remember that when we have these stakeholder meetings, and many districts are starting with those already now, with those stakeholder meetings about the LCAP, that we get lots of parents involved in the LCAP stakeholder meetings so that they can talk specifically about how we should prioritize and allocate GATE funding. Thanks.
Additional comments? Yeah. Dr. Reed?
Well, I appreciate that we're just starting this conversation, really, your broad strokes. And so I'm interested in learning the rest of your talk and hearing more, though I read the report. But what I would say is that clearly part of this process is, and I agree with Ms. Ford, that there should be stakeholders involved in this conversation. And though you're starting it to sort of explain this to us, the comprehensive approach of the pathways and the way in the process that it was unfolded, I think we have to be thinking in that sort of way. I really feel like we need to really do this in a step-by-step process to really understand and really be methodical with different perspectives and allow people to be involved in that conversation. Because one of the pushes that I talked about with the parents, with the pathways, was that they kept pushing because they weren't getting what they needed, and they weren't getting what they felt their students needed. And clearly we're hearing that from this community, but I think we really need to be cognizant of all of these voices and ensure that they're a part of this process. But we're just starting off. I also respect the fact that we need to look at other ways of thinking, that we can't just limit ourselves to one way of thinking, to think that this is the only way. Because there are other research strategies and evidence out there. But I guess what I would like us to make sure is that we're really looking at this in a way that we're inclusive of all of the population around this topic and ensuring that we have those voices heard in the process.
Additional comments? I would just add thank you for this presentation thus far in terms of that, and there's many comments, and I think that I know you've been taking copious notes how we can be better as we get more into the process and be able to answer the questions that are out there. But as I was just taking notes for some of the public comments, a lot of the comments that common around the comments was elimination of the program, which you've explained that that's not the case.
That's correct.
Yes, but in terms of then maybe it's in the slides coming forward, like what are those next steps in terms of it, in the process? Like I had a question, like when you talk about early, like can you opt out? Like what percentage in here you can opt out? What does that mean? So there's the details of it is just missing, and hopefully that in that next reiteration, because this is going to be a long-term process in order to get wherever that we're trying to go, to make sure that we're including all the stakeholders, we're including all the voices, including from the board, and how do we best give you input so that you can then, the output comes back in terms of what we're looking for in expectations.
So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Lockridge, who will go over, just again, an overview of other features of the program.
Good evening, School Board, Superintendent Matsuoka, families, educators, and colleagues. I'm happy to be with you this evening. And I'm going to pick up on something Ms. Ford just said about identification for GATE. The next slide I'm going to show you is our current process of how we identify GATE, and I agree that there are other ways of identifying characteristics of GATE. But before I do that, I'd like to go back one slide to this and talk about the disproportionality that does exist between students of socioeconomically disadvantaged, students of color, because this is a nationwide problem. If you're paying attention to what's happening in New York City, if you have been paying attention to what has happened in this district, disproportionality has existed for a long time. In fact, we've been aware of that in Santa Barbara and have taken steps, including the two that I'm going to show you, in previous years to address that with our own identification. So in Santa Barbara Unified School District, we universally screen every single second grade student. This was an attempt years ago by a board similar to you who recognized the fact that we were not identifying students of color, we were not identifying students that were SED, we were not identifying all of the kids that could potentially be identified. So that was a big step for this district. If you've been a part of it, you probably remember those discussions about the test and the universal screener. So that was step one. So Santa Barbara Unified, unlike Goleta and other districts, universally screens every single second grader, which provides greater access and identification of students. Second, the test that we use is the COGAT. It is a nationally recognized screener. It is not an IQ test, but there are different domains that include verbal, quantitative, and nonverbal. These results are not just taken in a vacuum. We also use local measures and other data that we have to make these recommendations and qualify students as GATE. And this is a personal thing for me because I had the privilege of being the principal of Washington, the GATE Magnet School, and so I want to make sure that it's very clear to our families that what is on the table is not taking away a magnet. It's about creating access and opportunity. We all want kids to have access to higher order thinking and the ability to grow and flourish. And what the research shows, and I will correct the record on a couple things with the Project Reach Each, because that opportunity came to me from Sandra Kaplan. So I'll be talking about that in a moment. But this is how we screen. We screen universally in second grade, which I commend us for doing, and I think we should continue. With that said, it may not be the only way of looking at things. Kids can be gifted in other measurements, and we have more to do in that area. We use local qualifying scores. These are nationally normed. We have checked with the publishers and gotten feedback on this, that this is an acceptable way to address disproportionality in GATE identification that does exist. It exists in our numbers, and it exists on a national level. If you had the opportunity to hear Dr. Pedro Noguera speak when he was here, he spoke about this. He just tweeted about this today. So I retweeted it. If you follow me, you should, as Lockridge One. Then you can see the article because it exists. And the reason we have been invited and the reason we have sought out the help of UCSB and USC is because we know that this exists and we can do better. It's not about taking away something, it's about ensuring more kids have access. So, currently in Santa Barbara, we have two types of models, and you've heard a lot about them. And so I'm gonna go over a little bit more detail about them. The majority of our GATE identified students are actually not in the magnet model. They are in cluster models throughout our school. And we have an opportunity with this research to up the level of that playing field. Those are the kids in the schools that we looked at the last couple weeks that we want to move and we want to do something about. So the two models that we have, first of all, just the definition. The cluster model is when you have at least 5 to 7 kids that are GATE identified in a classroom. A heterogeneous, meaning a mixed ability classroom. Whereas a magnet model is a homogeneous classroom. So if you read closely the Project Reach Each, you would see that Washington is not part of that because it is a homogeneous grouped classroom. So the cluster approach. The cluster approach is currently what we have in schools, and we've heard a lot of different things about whether that is working or if it's comparable, but we have kids that want to stay at Cleveland. We have kids that want to stay at Harding, and those schools have GATE-identified students, and we currently have clusters there. This report was brought to the board because the board asked us to come back and update them on where we're at today. To the point about Meta and my awesome Maria, beautiful job up there. Fortunately, I get to work with this lady every day, as does Dr. Ramirez, and we can take notes and figure out processes too. And I see a lot of allies in this room that will definitely come out and talk with us, and with us, not antagonistically. So the cluster approach is a heterogeneous class. That means it's a mixed ability class. You're going to have a cluster of students that are identified as GATE. With that, you're also going to have students that may have special needs, meaning special ed, or are English learners, or are high achievers, or just everyday kids. What is awesome about the cluster model is when it's done well, it ups the level for everyone, because you're now providing an access point for all kids. Instead of teaching and tracking kids, you're providing a high level. So the cluster model can be very complex. It can go into the elements of depth, complexity, acceleration that we want for all GATE students. So that's one model. That's the model we currently have in every single school except for Washington. It is also the model that Goleta, Montecito, and our charter schools have. The other is the magnet approach, and we have heard repeatedly from family, and I can attest to the staff that's here, and with Principal Jagir's leadership, it's going to continue to be successful. I have no doubt that the Wildcats and the Washington are going to be successful with the magnet model. No doubt in my heart. And that means that all of the kids are in one grouping, and it's homogeneous. So with that, they definitely have access to their like-minded peers. But as you know, if you've known gifted, talented kids, there's a lot of socio-emotional learning that needs to take place. I spent a lot of time doing RA with some of those classrooms. But it's not that it doesn't work, and it's not that it's being taken away. So I've been told lately that I'm direct, so I'm directly saying that to you guys right now. When we looked at the research on meeting the gifted needs, this comes from the California Association of Gifted Learners. And these are the things that all gifted students need, and I would argue that all students need. All students need access to a core curriculum that goes into depth. That's what the Common Core is about. It's about going deep into a topic, following your passions, and learning the heart out of it. Complexity, we live in a complex world. The stuff that the board is dealing with, the stuff that our educators are dealing with, and you guys are dealing with in your classrooms, teachers out there, and parents, is complex. And we need them to have the critical thinking skills where they can reconcile multiple perspectives and think deeply and critically about complex issues. Acceleration. Things may need to go faster for those students. It's not just about going fast, and it's not about additional homework packets. That's not GATE. Never has been, and it shouldn't be in our situation. It's about providing challenge that goes beyond the basic core to take it to the next level. And I'm proud to know teachers that do that on a regular basis. And novelty. Novelty means inquiry, it means creativity. And if you have a GATE student, you've probably seen a lot of creativity and a lot of need to have that nourished and cultivated. And I think that's another area of perhaps identification could come into play with a more robust conversation. So these things come from, first of all, the California Association of Gifted and Talented. It is research-based, and I just wanted to make sure that that was known. The icons. If you have been in a GATE classroom, or if you've ever had the privilege of working with our differentiation specialist, Sandy Robinson, you probably are well versed in these things. But I ask you just to take a minute and look at the graphics. Look at what we're talking about. We're talking about language access, the language of the discipline. All kids need access to the language of the discipline. We're talking about recognizing change over time. That's an important concept. We're looking at big ideas. What's the theme? And we're teaching kids through these icons, which anyone can access, how to think critically and how to handle complex issues with depth and thoughtfulness. So I'm really excited about this part because this is what Dr. Ann Roundy Harder, in conjunction with Sandy Robinson, and I have been working on. So the first thing is, as you may have heard last year when there was a lot of concern about GATE, they talked about GATE certification. We have partnered with Tri-Counties and UCSB to now offer a GATE certification course taught here in this boardroom starting October 14th. October 14th, and it's an extended units. So teachers are getting units in addition to their credential. It is research-based, and teachers are actually going to get a stipend. They're going to get $500 for completing it. It is open to all teachers in the district with primary consideration for elementary teachers first. All participants who complete this will get a coursework completion from UCSB. This is the modules of the classes. So they're going to talk about the purpose of GATE and how GATE, the origins of GATE, and why it matters, and why so many of you are staying here late to make sure that your voices are heard. They're going to talk about the characteristics of gifted learners, everything from their need to have, challenge or passion, or, if something irks them, that social justice, they're not going to let it go. They're not going to let it go for a long time. That could have happened to them when they're 4 and you're still hearing about it at 9. They're going to go over the identification and the different models, and perhaps we can learn from that alternative ways. Also, the different models of services, because the magnet is a rare thing. The cluster is much more common, but to that point, we need to make sure that we're serving the kids where they're at, and we give them every opportunity to have curriculum that is challenging and engaging. It's also going to talk about how to differentiate and how to assess and how to recognize the kids that may be gifted but may not show up on a COGAT. There's other types of giftedness, and this will help teachers recognize that so they don't think it's a learning problem, that it's an issue. This is someone who needs advancement and acceleration. And lastly, it's going to address the affective, the emotional, the soul of our students, so to speak, and talk about those kids that are twice exceptional. We do have kids that are in both special ed and GATE identified. In the past, in California, GATE was also known as special ed. That is not the case now. So we would consider those kids twice exceptional, meaning not only do they meet the characteristics of giftedness, but they also meet or qualify for an individual education plan for special ed. So that's what we consider twice exceptional. And they're going to talk about addressing the needs of underrepresented populations, which we see in the data here today. So a little bit about Project Reach Each. So I had the privilege of going down to USC during the summer with some Washington GATE teachers and our differentiation specialists, and got to meet Dr. Sandra Kaplan. In fact, after the training, which was incredible, about learning centers and how you can have a space in your room that can operate as an extension for students, she came and had tea with us. And that's how this offer came about. She said, I told her that we have a magnet, that we have clusters. She says, well, I'm working with the Department of Ed. I'm going to send you an opportunity. So Project Reach Each is a project that is run by Dr. Kaplan out of USC, who is world-renowned as a GATE and gifted educator. That is what she teaches. That's what the students go through and learn from her, and she's pretty incredible. I very much enjoyed meeting her. It is also in alignment with the California Department of Ed. And what it is proposing is differentiated curriculum designed on best practices. It is focusing on literacy, but literacy is key. Literacy is power, and with anything we've seen in the last couple of weeks or the last couple of years, we know that if we can teach a kid to read, we can change the world. We need to help them be able to read what great minds have put down on paper and put down their minds as well. And this project is focused on literacy. It's one slice of all of the other things that we ask elementary teachers to do. You saw earlier that scope and sequence with all the different subjects. This is just one piece of it. So, in order to be in Project Reach Each, first of all, the district had to qualify. Our district does qualify because unfortunately we have low achieving scores. We have students that are not disproportionately represented, and we have heterogeneous groupings. That was the criteria if you read carefully. So the magnet class is barely makes Title I, and also is a homogeneous class. So this Project Reach Each is about upping the level in our cluster models. That's what this is designed to do, and I think it will do that. And it's going to focus on improving literacy. So you're going to have a, say, cluster class at Franklin that will have gifted students, English learners, special ed students, maybe some Trice exceptional students, and they're going to get PD from Sandra Kaplan and a literacy curriculum. And we're going to see if we can up the level of those cluster models, and not only up it for the kids that are gifted in those classrooms, but for all the learners in those classrooms so that everyone can have access. So the goals of this project, if we bring it forward for approval, because again, this is a board report that was asked for by you as an update, is to improve literacy and reading. We all agree we have to do that. To increase the recognition of gifted behaviors among diverse learners. Gifted behavior among diverse learners. Possibly even talking about some of the identification methods that Ms. Kate referred to, Ms. Kate Ford. And it's professional development for our Title I schools. And the schools that we want to identify for this would be Franklin, Monroe, and Cleveland right off the bat. And we'll see if any others, we can take up to 8 classrooms. The amazing thing about this is not only will they be bringing the research, professional development, and materials to us, they will also be paying our teachers to participate in this research project. $1,000 to do so. And for teachers, that helps, because you know teachers are buying supplies and they're going to soccer games on the weekends to support their children and cheering them on, and every single PTA putting in a buck or two here. So ultimately, this project, which is a Department of Ed project, will be used to talk about perceptions and practices and identification and services. But we are not the only school that is involved, and we will not be identified as Santa Barbara Unified. It will instead be a much broader discussion. But I think we would be remiss not to go for an opportunity to have professional development that can help our clusters be the type of cluster they need to be for the kids that are there. And so that all schools can have some of that wildcat sparkle. Collective efficacy. We talked about this at the last couple board meetings. This is about really helping our teachers do their best work. Teachers want to do the best work. And the way that we get to collective efficacy is a variety. One, you just heard about the new GATE certification. The teachers in the cluster model that get to participate are going to get professional learning. Those learning progressions and that big chart that probably overwhelmed you, because I know when I've shown it to teachers at PLCs, we've had a lot of healthy debate back and forth about it, but that builds collective efficacy. Looking at how the standards and how those standards are mirrored in our balanced literacy, Lucy Calkins curriculum, and in our FOSS, and in our IM endeavors, that helps. Differentiation. Differentiation in the elementary space is something that we have to do. It's something that we are lucky that we have the opportunity to have a specialist, Sandy Robinson, and have literacy coaches. These are 6 teachers that work closely with schools and teachers on building their means of balanced literacy. And then lastly, we are participating, I just mentioned the one where I got to meet Dr. Kaplan herself, in a lot of learning opportunities. We are sending teachers to CAG, the California Association of Gifted. Our teachers participated in the colloquium that was housed this year. In about November, a group of us are going down to the Gifted Guild of Gathering in Anaheim, and we have maintained a very long-standing relationship with Tri-County Gate. So these are all ways that we are trying to build teacher efficacy by strengthening their ability to understand the needs and to have access to a core curriculum. Questions?
Board, any questions, comments? We're thinking. That was a lot. Thank you.
Sorry,
No, that
I
was
went fast, but it's
no. I hear you. Oh, we're still processing.
take your time.
Yep.
I'm still processing.
But I just would make a comment. I do appreciate, at least in my mind, clarifying, how do you say, homogeneous and heterogeneous in terms of the cluster model versus the magnet model. So I really appreciate that clarity for me in understanding that, and that through that, not saying one against the other, but we need both of them really to be successful.
We need both. We have both. Let's
Yeah.
make both great.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Ford.
Just a few questions. Thank you so much for the information you gave us. I am wondering, first of all, if you can point me in the direction of an amazing GATE cluster class that I can go visit in the district. Because I have heard a tremendous amount about the magnet classrooms, but I don't know yet where I can go and really see the clusters in action. So you don't have to ask me, tell me now, but
I would
really
be happy to
something
get that to you, but I think
we all need to see, because it's just, it sort of seems like almost like a stepchild, and if we don't want it to be a stepchild, if we really want to ace this thing called differentiation for gifted and talented and for all the kids, then we have to have some models, first of all. So were you going to say something?
Well, I was, but I think Dr. Myers.
Yeah, Ms. Ford, I know the question was directed at Ms. Lockridge, but I can name one off the top of my head, and that's Richie Alcaraz over at Franklin. And he has taught that cluster in an amazing way. Excellent young teacher. Coaches soccer over Santa Barbara High, by the way. Franklin Eagle through and through. And that was the first name that came to my mind, as well as many other Franklin teachers who have, at some point in time or another, operated in the cluster. And that's just to speak of one school.
And you kind of see that reflected in the numbers.
Yeah, Ms. Ford, this is just an opportunity to talk about strong first instruction. Strong first instruction. And that's what we've been building toward. That's what we've been pouring our energy on. And those schools, as we talked about a couple of weeks ago, that are most mature in that endeavor, I'll speak to Adams as another example, Harding as another emerging example, SBCA as yet another, where you're starting to see a reimagining of first instruction. Both integrated, collective, and coherent. And I think that's the part that we aim to demystify through very sound pedagogical approaches. But one component of that is the mindset hard work. And that's where I will reiterate our meta plan is intending to take us.
Thanks. The other thing I'm really hoping that we can do as part of this whole process, and we alluded to it a little bit, and so did Dr. Reed, is to hear from parents whose students are in the clusters and are very pleased with and excited about the progress their children are making, and also hear from teachers who teach the clusters to find out what is working and what they need. These are two things I think that this board deserves to sort of have this more, if you will, balanced view. And then I wonder to what extent we talk about, Sandy might be able to answer this, the GATE standards and the document the state has now, which is GATE standards versus Common Core, or maybe it's a national document. But what we know is that Common Core, even though it provides a much more rigorous educational experience for kids, still probably doesn't meet the needs of lots of kids who are identified as gifted and talented. But it's so helpful to teachers when they see the differences and then they find the ways that they can integrate both.
So on the first point, the clusters, I really like the idea of getting you guys into those classrooms. I was going to try to be a little more diplomatic and not name a teacher because I have to face them in the district-wide PLCs tomorrow. But I would be happy to figure out a time when I could take the board members to that and we could set up some kind of opportunity for you to hear from them. And to the broader points from our community and our families, in having more of a bigger conversation that wouldn't just include the teachers but also the parents of the cluster and the magnet students, because that does seem to be very clearly been asked for. The second thing you asked about, can you repeat it again, was?
Well, I think I was asking about hearing from people.
Okay,
Hearing
well,
from
that would
parents
be,
and
I think, a
teachers
good way to
in
do it
clusters.
would be to come back, first give you guys an opportunity to see some of those clusters in action and hear from, and perhaps even the kids themselves. And then, again, going back to the wonderful example that we had from Ms. Lars Horton and her consultancy work, figuring out a way to engage more and have this conversation, because the passion and the people here and who have been at these meetings is real, and the need and challenge is also real. So,
I also think it bears some importance to mention that Project Reach Each is part of Project Reach at the School of Education of USC, and that one is specifically geared toward, from the Department of Education, I think it was a $4 million grant, to try to find alternate means of identifying preschool through grade 2 kids of underrepresented populations for GATE. So I think it's a big picture, and it definitely has potential of being something exciting.
and I think that's one of, I thank you for bringing that up, because I think that's one of the goals that may not have come across clearly from the Project Reach Each and the California Department of Ed, is that we're also changing mindsets of teachers so that they can recognize where that giftedness may be when it's not showing up on a COGAT, when it's a different type of spark, so to speak, and being able to nurture and build and grow from that. And in terms of the gifted standards, you gave me a very great idea with the learning progressions that we do have in place, because I have the privilege of working with the literacy coaches and the ISSs and incorporating that so that's visible for all teachers, because they may have one GATE student in their classroom. They may have a cluster of 7, or they may have 27 or 32, like some in the magnet. So I think that is a valuable suggestion that I will take back to that team and see if we can get in front of teachers as well.
And thank you so much. And I'm also very excited about the certification for teachers that you say is going to take place right here.
It's
in this
happening in the
room.
boardroom on October
so-
14th.
So it's not an online program. It's a
No, it's a flip model, so
Okay,
that
so
they
tell me about
do, so basically the instruction, the learning would go out first, and the teachers would watch it, and then when they come in, it's really about that conversation and engaging in the modules. So it's a flip model where the teacher, or in this case, the wonderful Sandy Robinson, will not be just chatting at them. She will send them in advance the unit that they're looking at and the research, and have them read, and then they will respond thoughtfully to those questions, and they will have a cumulative project at the end, which will show something that has impacted their instruction. And it's a 6-session class. It was designed in conjunction with Tri-County GATE and UCSB. It met through their rigorous criteria, and we are really proud that we have already 9 teachers. There's still space. 12 teachers? Oh, now you want to talk. There's 12 teachers in Sandy's class that will be happening next week. Come on up.
It's past my bedtime, and you all know how shy I am. To Ms. Ford's question about successful cluster models, there are a lot of successful cluster models around the nation. And while we have excellent teachers in our district, the opportunity for GATE certification has not been available. It kind of was, but it took 2.5 years. I taught that class through UCSB Extension. We met on Saturdays. That was a huge sacrifice for teachers. They didn't get a stipend. So if a teacher, there were 5 classes, if a teacher enrolled in 1 or 2 classes and then for whatever reason missed the 3rd semester, they had to wait for a while for it to come back around. So I think the teachers who are still doing a wonderful job are not experts in managing cluster groups. This will give them the opportunity to learn more about it through a class that will take place in roughly a semester. It's not going to be a GATE certificate, it'll be a certificate of completion, so it's a little bit different because of the way UCSB sets it up. But I think that's why you might not have seen kind of model cluster groups, except for the teachers that we've mentioned, in this district. Does that make sense? And the other point is that Dr. Kaplan, just a coincidence, I think, that Dr. Ramirez went to USC. She is internationally known. She came up with the icons. She set the GATE standards for the California Department of Education, and we're very, very lucky. She used to come here and give a summer institute. So there was lots and lots of contact with Dr. Kaplan for probably 35 years. So we're very lucky to have the chance to work with her again.
She's the one who got her.
Well, we're best friends because her name is Sandy and so is mine.
So I actually, before Ms. Robertson, she had just alluded to clusters, and I think this conversation, unfortunately, has also been a binary one where we think of Washington as holding the magnet, but something that I wanted to represent is that Washington has always also had clusters, and that's something that sometimes fails to really be represented, and I just wanted to use this opportunity in order to say that, and those teachers who teach that cluster of students that happen not to be, that are Washington students who happen not to be in the cluster, have always been just amazing as teachers, because that's the kind of staff they have anyway, and have always worked very diligently. And we happen to have three of those teachers in our audience here today. So, thank you to those of you who were there. I just wanted to mention that because, in my excitement to mention one person, I just think the world of him. But beyond that, there are so many other teachers that are doing this and doing it exceptionally well in a way that they're just providing a quality education for their students.
Dr. Reed.
Hi. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Woo, it was great.
Can't help it.
Got us on board here. So a couple of things is, I think what this is enlightening, hopefully all of us here, is the transparency of what is going on. And I think that's crucial in this conversation, right? So that we feel that what we're hearing, we can understand it and sort of get a broad strokes of how you're approaching it. The other thing, the approaches and strategies for teaching in GATE, I think they should be for all teachers across. I mean, it's about differentiated curriculum across all teaching. So I think it's great that we're doing this, but I think I'm asking how there's 9 teachers or 12 teachers participating. What is the goal, and how are those, first of all, how are those teachers chosen? And is it because they are seeking this out? Because oftentimes that's where it becomes more robust, right? If they're really passionate about it. And how is it going to, unfold in terms of teacher involvement? And do you have to be in GATE? Do you have to be a GATE identified teacher to learn these strategies and take this professional certificate program?
So
that's a lot of questions.
Two things. First, I agree that the GATE icons and those strategies are good for all kids. I'd like to separate the Project Reach Each opportunity from the GATE certification. You do not currently have to be a GATE cluster teacher or a GATE teacher at all to participate in the UCSB Extension GATE classroom. That is open to all teachers, but priority is given to elementary at this point. And that's something that we're going to look to continue for a long time, and then the second thing is in the Project Reach Each, to your point there, we are eligible to have up to 8 classrooms. And how are they selected? The first criteria is they have to be a Title I. So not targeted Title I, but completely Title I. The second is that they have to have underperforming test scores. We got that. The third is that they have to have a heterogeneous classroom makeup, meaning they have to have enough students that would be considered gifted, enough students that would be EL, SPED, mixed, because the Project Reach Each is an opportunity to show that those GATE strategies can work for all, and that we can not only meet the needs and do a better job of meeting the needs of those kids in those clusters, but also meet the needs and give access to our emerging multilingual students, our special ed students, our other students that would benefit from having access to that. So there's 2 separate initiatives that we are hopefully going forward with in order to increase teacher efficacy in that area, to help them better differentiate and to ensure that every child, whether they're gifted or not, does have access to meaningful, differentiated instruction that challenges and is compelling.
May I add respond to that. I agree with your idea that differentiation strategies are for everyone. In fact, in my career, I taught GATE classes, and I taught underrepresented, and I taught kids below grade level. I used differentiated strategies for all of them. I think what makes the difference that makes a difference is that the gifted student who is identified and is that unique, almost special ed, who is intrinsically motivated, who's curious whether we taught them or not, understanding the social emotional needs and using the GATE icons, that really propels them forward. So that's one of the important pieces of the learning for teachers, is understanding the social emotional, the affective, the perfectionism, the underachievement, the sensitivities. All of that is really what's unique about going through that program. So you recognize that and then put it in combination with effective teaching strategies. But my experience has been using those icons of depth and complexity raises the level of all kids.
So this is something you're just launching, and the process, so we're just sort of getting an understanding of that, and then the comprehensive where we're going to go from here, how you see that going forward, is another time frame that we're going to learn based on these pilots that are going forward.
One more thing about, excuse me, GATE or the GATE certificate class is that this was strictly voluntary.
Okay.
Some people who have signed up have worked in cluster models. I have some teachers from Washington who've been expert teachers for a long, long time. They want to participate in the conversation, and so we hope to continue to offer it on every semester until as many people who want to participate can. Oh, I want to say one more thing. There's also a strong element of differentiation, which you may have heard in our balanced literacy program. And so when I'm working as a literacy coach in the elementary classrooms, where there might not be any student who's officially identified, I see the opportunity for differentiation, and we're pulling them and doing a cluster model there. So it's already underway in many ways in our district, the cluster model, but it's not officially named that yet.
So it's exciting to think that teachers who've been teaching for a long time are intrigued and wanting to take this up, or seeing that there are new strategies and ways that they can improve their teaching, because oftentimes that's not the case. So these strategies are opportunities that a lot of the teachers are feeling that they want to step into and also be able to share with others. Are you thinking it's going to be sort of a rollout where these teachers can teach teachers, kind of a program?
For the certification class?
Yeah.
No, we're thinking that that's going to be a continual offering to empower teachers to better understand the needs of gifted learners and to have those strategies in their pocket. And that's the 12 students that have already signed up for, and it's still open. You can still enroll if you're a teacher in that course. But to your other question about the Project Reach Each and going forward, I would like to come back with, more information about exactly which schools we're going to target for you and give you like an update on that, because I really think that it's an opportunity that we don't want to pass. To Ms. Robinson's point, Sandra Kaplan is world-renowned, and if these strategies are helpful for improving literacy, then we have a moral obligation to do that. And if we can up the level or the playing field for our multilingual emergent students, our special ed students, which you're going to hear a report on next week or in 2 weeks, don't rush us, in 2 weeks, then that's just going to be better for all of us. And if that means that kids are happy and staying and getting their needs met in their home school, then that's a good thing too. I love Doug's example about wanting to not leave Monroe. Trust me, when he came to Washington, I was happy to welcome him. He is there all the time and a great support in the classroom, but it was a loss, for Principal Naughton and that community too. So we want to just be really mindful, and I think it does mean that we will be coming back with another report for you and another late night woohoo.
No, we gonna do a little bit more better. Agenda management, no, that, no, I was just talking to superintendent, no. So, appreciate all the enthusiasm around this, and it's a good way to, conclude out on some excitement and clarity. I get it. So we want to conclude this conversation, because it is 11 o'clock, way past a whole bunch of our bedtimes collectively.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, number one, for the presentation. Any final comments on this, board? Okay, all right, that brings us to the end. Any coming events besides sleep, but coming events that we need to be aware of? I don't know in particular. Okay, future agenda items, you're going to be sending us the special invitation, Mr. Matsuoka. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, October 15th. That's a special board meeting starting at 6:30 here at the office here, followed by our Tuesday, October 22nd, regular board meeting at 6:30 in the office here. With no further ado, we conclude this meeting. I say go home. Thank you so much.